It's Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Oh, hey guys, a Minnesota museum opened a seasonally appropriate exhibit dedicated to the stuff of Halloween nightmares, creepy dolls. The History Center of Olmsted County's new exhibit, Creepy Dolls Loose in the Vaults, features unsettling dolls paired with various objects from the Rochester Museum's archives. This is what they had to say on Instagram, by the way. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the Creepy Dolls exhibit opening this past Friday evening. It was truly a night of eerie and enjoyable fun. We love seeing so many of you. Your enthusiasm made the event a huge success. The exhibit, by the way, is now open during regular hours. If you missed the party, you can still brave the gaze of the creepy dolls until the end of the month. Olmstedhistory.com/creepy dolls. No worries, no strings attached. Hey man, they're just dolls. Good morning. I hope you're losing your heart to iHeart. I hope you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. You can be like our friends Earl and Joan Noble. Good morning to you. Marshall, yes, we did pay the internet provider. As a matter of fact, the entire 7th Ward was down on Friday. That's actually, put that on the list, Ray, of things we have to do this week. Cox Cable, by the way, is the pits. Is the absolute pits. We're going to call them and see if we can get a human being. I can't tell you how desperate that whole thing is set up, not for you to talk to a human being.
Oh, please. But AT&T is even worse.
Are they really?
Absolutely.
I mean, what is it? An attendant cannot help you with your problem. Goodbye. I mean, they'll literally do that to you. And you just keep hitting zero until finally you can almost hear the sigh even in the computer's voice, can't you? Okay. And then they put you in touch with somebody who is not here. And I don't just mean like, not in the United States. I mean not in the city of New Orleans. They're desperately trying to not have you talk to a human being.
I know. But then they want your password and your user ID and your PIN, and you don't remember that stuff.
No, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like basically, and this is one of the things, if you want to talk about a way to really help the people in this country, break all that stuff up, really break it up. I mean, Amazon had a problem this morning, didn't they?
Huge problem. Airlines, banks, trading houses. And not Amazon itself, though. Their service to other businesses went down early this morning and started in England, I think, or it affected England very heavily. But they're starting to get it back up online now. So I don't know that by the time, the sun's rising now.
On a beautiful day in the city of New Orleans. I mean, just gorgeous, by the way. It was 62 degrees this morning. As I was saying, you can lose your heart on iHeart. You can have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. You can yak it up on YouTube as our good friends Trucker Boson and Marshall Platter, Earl and Joan Noble, our good friend the Paranormal Pie Man. A lot of people are making FaceTime on Facebook. Hope you're living your best life at Live 365. Or maybe you're listening later on in the day like Ice Princess on a replay someplace, doing it all on your favorite podcast platform. In case you didn't notice, that was Dave Nemo, and this is Nemo Nation. Forget them lies of Zebulon 5 with its bloviating ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion banana costume-wearing Grease Charlton. This, my friends, is the greatest live rapid-fire transpo show in the known universe, and you can jump into the action and mix it up in the thick by joining the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO!
How was your weekend, Dave?
It was pretty good.
What'd you do?
Well, let's see. The band played Saturday night and had a great time.
2 sets?
Yes.
Where?
Rock and Bowl.
What did you play? What's your favorite thing to play when you play? I know you're a big fan of playing the Logical song.
Yeah, Logical Song by Supertramp. I like David Bowie's stuff that we do. It's a lot of fun.
It's a lot of opportunities to use a lot of different kind of percussions. Is that what it is?
Fleetwood Mac. Yeah.
I was, by the way, there's a big thing that goes on the Tube of You now where people watch and listen to songs for the first time. They pull up the video and they watch the song for the first time. And there are other people who actually aggregate all that stuff. So what they do is they put the whole song together and then they'll have like the 20 or 30 different reactors. And they'll do these beautiful videos of each one of them. I got a chance, speaking of Fleetwood Mac, to watch an aggregate of people, 25, 30-year-old people reacting to listening to the Silver Springs by Fleetwood Mac for the first time. You know the song?
I don't. I probably know it.
Oh, it's the one where it's the one that didn't get included on Rumors.
Okay.
And it's about the breakup between Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham.
Oh, okay.
At the end of that song,
Yeah.
they're singing to each other, and it's intense.
Wow.
You should watch it sometime.
I probably have heard it.
But watching them sing it live and watching these kids watch them sing it live, they're like, something's going on here, man. Something's going on. But watching them listen to Sound of Silence, the Simon and Garfunkel song for the first time, and people say, how could you never have heard that? We don't live in an AM radio world anymore. We don't live in an FM radio world where everybody hears the same classic music all the time.
I was late for work. Listen, we were talking about if you're in broadcasting, if you're on time, you're late.
Right.
And I was actually late for work one night in my early days at WWL, going into the road gang because of Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water album. And my wife said, don't play the other side, man. You got to go to work. I played the other side, and I was late.
You were late for work.
Isn't it amazing? Yeah.
Yeah. But watching all these kids, and I'm going to call them kids. I mean, 25 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, and here's the thing is, they're kids when they want to be, and they're adults when they want to be. So you know what? They're kids. 30, you're an adult. Welcome
They're wanna-kids.
They're wanna-kids. They're convenient kids.
Yeah.
Watching some of them, though, react, they're already deeply moved. They've never heard anything like that in their life. What's really cool is, I don't know if you know this, the last part of the song, sail on, silver girl, sail on by, your time has come to shine. You know that part of the song at the end?
Yeah, I do know that now that you say that.
Yeah, it's the last part of the song.
Yeah.
It was written for his wife. He'd only written the first two parts of it. He thought it was a good enough song by itself. And it was a short song at first. And Art Garfunkel, and the producer thought it needed one more kick. So Simon went back and worked on some stuff. Silver Girl is his wife at the time who'd gotten her first gray hair.
Oh.
And she was so demoralized by it that instead what he wrote was the lyrics, sail on, silver girl, sail on by, your time has come to shine, all your dreams are on their way. As a way of saying, you're not getting older, you're just getting better. But watching all of these kids, especially the women, react to that moment, the harmonizing moment at the end of the song, it's really something special. It's really kind of remarkable to kind of watch people react to that. When you play live for those crowds, you guys got a nice little following now going on. What songs do they really react to well? What do people take the dance floor for? What do people really pay attention to?
Oh, it's kind of weird. A song that gets danced to a lot is Zombie.
Yeah.
And Zombie, I don't think is a song that's supposed to be danced to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking at you like, what are you talking about? I'm looking at you, what are those people thinking?
I know, right?
With their tanks
It
and their
happens
bombs and their bombs and their guns in your head. They are dying. Let's get down, man.
I know. It's crazy. In fact, Amy made a joke before we started saying they ought, because there were some kids doing some line dancing to some things. Said, well, develop a line dance for Zombie. Yeah. Maybe there is one. I don't know.
I'm telling you, man.
But you know what? Speaking of line dances and zombies, Cheryl and I were goofing off on television the other night. We're looking at some videos. We wanted to see a couple of the videos from Taylor Swift's new album just to see what the hype was about and everything. And she says,
quote Chuck D, don't believe the hype. So go ahead.
She says, you know what we haven't seen in so long? Thriller by Michael Jackson. So
you ever seen a flash mob do Thriller? You seen a flash mob do Thriller?
I've seen that before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. But we watched the whole thing.
So good.
Yeah, it was good, and it was 18 minutes long. So we saw the whole thing. The
Vincent Price and his filament
F. Fun. Yeah, it was fun to watch that, and that guy was so good.
Do you know who the director of it is? Huh?
Spielberg, wasn't it?
No, it's John Landis.
Oh, John Landis.
American Werewolf in London.
Yeah,
Once you know that, you go, because it's that crazy mix of deadly, Blues Brothers director. I mean, he's like the perfect choice for it, because the idea of being able to mix musical stuff like he does in the Blues Brothers with inappropriate humor mixed in with horror, American Werewolf in London. It's the perfect director for it. Perfect.
Yeah.
It's a great video. It's a great video. I remember, and it played over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
I mean, on MTV, it was like a
and
staple.
That's a lot of real estate on television, 18 minutes.
Oh, man, but it was a big deal, you know.
And then there's a shortened version that brought it down to 350 or something.
Yeah, remember though,
like
the girl turns around and there Michael Jackson is all zombied out,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
he starts moving and grooving
Yeah.
and dancing and shaking and all that kind of great stuff. We got a great show today, by the
We do
way.
indeed.
A lot of people we're going to dig into. A lot of folks that are going to join us in the rapid fire, rapid pace show that is Nemo Nation. I do want to say though that we are broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios, and of course, as always, we can't thank them enough for making it possible for us to be here at the historic Edgar Degas House. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself. Congratulations to Brad. His team won a big game against Tennessee. Did you get a chance to watch any of that?
No,
so
I
it's
didn't.
16-7, but Tennessee, it's in Tuscaloosa. 16-7, Tennessee is knocking on the door with 6 seconds left in the first half, and they have the ball on the inch-yard line.
Wow.
And yet, at halftime, the score is 23-7. So what happened? Guy rolled out, threw an ill-advised pass. Alabama defender stepped in front of it and took it 99 yards to the
Whoa,
house.
yeah,
Wow, yeah. Big time. Big time stuff. So Brad, who, by the way, is in London, working on some stuff for Fastport and with some friends over at Norable and doing a lot of veterans work, by the way, was what they're doing, really. They're with our good friend Bo Higgins from the Travis Manion Foundation.
Yeah.
They're doing some really great work over there. I want you guys to find them at fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. And just under 2 months, we're going to be joining them in Washington, D.C. for the Vet Ready Summit. And we take a certain level of pride in that, Dave, because we are part of the founding members of that. We started that program. So there have been attempts by other people to say, well, we'll broadcast it for you. Well, let me do that for you. And we have been with them since the beginning, and they have stuck by us, and we're very, very thankful. And all of that is way of, this is now, as we are literally less than 2 months out from it now. This is the beginning of our long journey to Arlington. For Reads Across America, too, because we're actually, Dean Croak and I are going to spend time at the Driver's Lounge the week before the Vet Ready Summit in Columbia Falls, Maine. We're both going to hop, skip, and jump our way over to Washington, D.C. It looks like you're going to join us, fingers crossed. Lindsay's going to be there as well, do her national anthem and all that groovy stuff. And then we'll make our way over to Arlington National Cemetery for the laying of the Reeves. Go to reedsacrossamerica.org and find out what you can do to help move the mission forward.
And speaking of Lindsay, and speaking of traveling together, Lindsay and I are going to wind up going to the NASTIC conference this weekend.
This was really exciting. Actually, I and there was not a falling out like the way that Martin and Lewis did, although I did make a joke last week when David Owen came on there, because they're honoring Lindsay. It's going to be a big week for Lindsay. They're honoring her and Ingrid Brown and Tony Justice.
Right.
And
with a new award.
With a new award. And so Lindsay's going to be at the NASTIC conference. I know our good friend Trucker Boson may, in fact, be there if he can make time. That's where we met him for the first time, by the way.
Yeah.
That's what's so important about travel, guys. When we come back on the other side of the break, Dave, I do have some very upsetting news, and we want to give a well wish to our friend Junker. I'll explain more about that when we come back on the other side. Had a long talk with him on Friday. Our friend is not in a good place. I'll explain more about that. But we're so thrilled that all of you could join us for Nemo Nation. When we come back, I'll give you the news about Junker, but we also have to go through this incredible lineup. We got a great lineup today, do we not? I mean, it's just
folks from every aspect of trucking joining us tonight.
Podcasters, recruiters, brokers, association heads, consultants, newsmakers, and it's a festival of lights, by the way. And
yes,
we'll get
Diwala.
We'll get to Diwala in a moment as well too. We'll take a deep breath, we'll exhale, and we'll give our moment of reflection for both the nation and your own spiritual well-being with a bracing cup of Java. Foam Master Dre, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Hey, good morning, good morning. I want to share something with you from Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 25. Jeremiah 31, verse 25 says, now listen to it. For I will satisfy the weary soul, and every lavishing soul I will replenish. You know what Jeremiah said God just told her? He said, when your soul gets to the point to where it wants to throw in the towel, he said God will replenish it. He said when you feel like giving up, he said that is when God can replenish it. So my brothers and sisters, I want to challenge you today, and I also want to encourage you. Think about this. Really and truly, think about this. Is there anything, listen to me, is there anything that you need for God to do? And if it is, then you need to trust God so that God can do it. Think about it as you enjoy your Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
It is Monday, by the way. It's also chilly over in Florida. We have that on good authority from our good friend Jody. As you hear the keys jingling on the table as Dave opens up his well, it's not grape juice. It's not grapefruit juice. It is pineapple juice, correct?
Yes.
Which is a good panacea for the coughing that occasionally happens over here in this musty and dusty old house. Trucker Bosun will not actually be able to make it to Nastic. He's going to be stuck in Pennsylvania an extra day and moving to Omaha next weekend. Marshall says he's making his way down to Laredo. Should be warm down there. It's chilly in Emporia, Kansas. Good to have everybody out there. Welcome, guys. Welcome to Nemo Nation. I do want to give you guys some upsetting news. Junker's wife was killed. She was killed last week in an accident. He sent me a message by mistake by text, and it wasn't disturbing in regards to, it didn't disturb me like it wasn't aimed at me. It was from a place of anger, grief. And I said, did you mean to send me this text? He goes, no, but I'm glad you called. And we ended up speaking for a good deal of Friday. Spoke for a long length of time about it. The problem was he was en route. And so the company was waiting for him for when he got there to bobtail him home. He is now back in Arkansas. He is with family and friends who are taking care of him. I did reach out again and said, if you need us, I was ready to go up there on Friday. I was actually getting ready to call you, Dave, and be like, I got to go. I was going to go drive up there and meet him, and we talked for a while about it. By the end, he was like, enough people are going to be there. Don't need you there. But I've kind of put the word out that if he does need us there, we'll go. Lindsay, I was actually talking to her when it came up, and I got I said I got to make a phone call. This is an odd text message I've gotten. Both of them in their 70s. They own a whole lot of property up in Arkansas. They have a double wide. They're still planning a future. He's still on the move, and he's taken from her. Just grief-stricken. So if you care about him, if you're a friend of his, even if you're not, if you don't know him just by association with this show, please thoughts, prayers, and use them as a way to think about what you might be able to do for him, or use it as an opportunity to reach out to the people you love and tell them you love them. You may not get that chance again. It's why we always remind you of that here. No matter where you are, as the good pastor says, I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And so we are grieving for him. And we'll get more information and more news as it comes our way. But it's one of those things too, Dave. You get that phone call and it hits you. It's Friday night, doesn't make any difference. You go, I'm on. You know what I'm saying? When you get on that phone call, you know you could be on for 1 hour, you could be on for 8. And I told him, I said, I'm here with you to the end. Company called to make arrangements to get him back home, and he said, I'm going to go hit the hay and get some sleep. So they took care of him. They set him up. You know, he was outside of St. Louis when he got the news, which meant, you know, I mean, look, this is even when you want to get home in a hurry, you can't.
Yeah.
I mean, even when you want to, you can't. And it's why so many people, so much of the time you spent telling people that babies had been born, telling people to call home, telling people to find a payphone, all of that was, even now with all the ways we can communicate, it's a lonely life out there. It's an isolated, lonely life, and often takes us away from the things that are important, which is why now that we have the technologies, we should always reach out and tell people how important they are to us.
And the irony is, the more electronic means of communication that surround us and invade us now, we are lonelier now than we were before the telephone.
Because we feel like we're being ignored. I mean, that's the other thing, too, is the fact that I'll tell you this. One of the best breakthroughs I ever had as a person was I don't read into silences anymore. Although I do send that text a lot. I've sent that to you, haven't I, Dre? Don't read into my silence. I'm doing something right now. Yeah. Like Lindsay and I were chatting over the weekend about some stuff, and I'm enjoying this whole weekend thing, in case you haven't noticed. I know that you and Cheryl have noticed because you had
what did you do this weekend?
I walked the entire length. I walked all the way from the Bucktown Pier.
You called me while you were walking.
Yeah, and I literally walked all the way down to Causeway. Walked down to the Causeway. Which is a very different walk when you're doing it on the lake and not in a neighborhood. Yeah. And then I walked back to the Bonneville boat launch and then crossed over into Bucktown. It's a lovely, very Halloween-like. I got you on the way back. I called you on the way back. I was actually walking through Bucktown, 14,000 steps.
Wow.
Yeah. Little Project 61 going on there.
Well, I was about to mention Project 61. Yeah, I'm getting ready for Project 61 too. Begins on November 1st, 61 days. It's a walking challenge, but there's a lot more to the app than just walking. It is really an incredible exercise/lifestyle/health app. If you go to Project Dash.
Has Donna set up our team yet?
I don't know.
We're going to take people through it, though. Sorry.
Yeah. It's very simple. Just go to Project, Project, Project-61.org, and everything is self-explained there. It takes you 2 seconds to sign up. I signed up. I signed up when
Jeremy came by.
Jeremy came by. Jeremy Raymer came by.
I still have to sign up. All this crazy stuff I've been doing, I still haven't got around to signing up.
Yeah, that's one of the few things. I'm that guy. Okay, I'm the guy that. Oh yeah, I'm going to sign up. No, I forget to sign up. But actually, I signed up
that's
about
important
6
to you.
weeks ago.
That stuff's important to
you.
you.
It is. It is. It's very important.
And you actually did some videos that you sent to
Did some
Tara.
videos, yeah, because there are 2 numbers now that really should strike everybody. 22 is one number. That's why instead of doing the 20 push-ups that I used to do when the drill sergeant would say, "Get out and give me 20," that was kind of a
you
thing.
drop and give them 22.
22, there's a reason for that. I hope everybody knows by now what that reason is. And then Project 61, what's 61? When I hear 61, I can immediately think of Highway 61 through Mississippi. And Bob Dylan, Highway 61, revisited. But 61 has a very somber meaning. And
it's the average age of when most truckers shuffle off their mortal coil, isn't it?
Yes.
That ain't a good thing, man.
No, it ain't.
And here's the thing too: when you remove the women from the equation, that number gets incredibly higher, doesn't it? Is that just for men? Is it 61 just for men?
Pretty much.
Because if it's just for men, if they've already removed the women, okay. If they haven't removed the women yet from that equation, that number must be terrifying.
Yeah.
I hope that is what the women are already removed.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so, because if that's not, because once you remove the women from the equation, once you remove Candy Bass from the equation, it's the absolute truth.
True.
For every junker out there who is in his 70s, too many people who don't get to enjoy what's next.
Yeah.
And the worst part is we're not just talking about people who work themselves to death, who are broke. They're people who dropped dead, who had money in the bank and a life set up and a retirement they were looking for. You know, our friend Dog Walker, a regular caller on this show, that's kind of the gold standard. You know, you want to get to the point where you're actually in the RV. Tom Bray, there's another goal. You want to get to the point.
Really retired.
Really retired.
Yeah.
Retired.
And enjoying it.
Yeah.
And doing stuff and going places.
Yeah, and that's what you want to aim for, and part of going stuff and doing places. And by the way, as we have covered him on this show, he's my version of a boat, my dad, although he's no longer as big as a boat, my dad. It's never too late either. As you've proven as well, too. It's never too late to start moving and to start grooving and to start kind of, you know, shaking that tuchus and making the miracle happen. We have a great show today. We actually are going to have Elizabeth Barnes. She's going to join us. We're going to have the Pennsylvania Motor and Truck Association. Is that the full title?
Rebecca Euler. Oh, yeah, it's the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association, the PMTA. And Rebecca heads that up. She's going to have some good news about more and more parking coming pretty quick, as quick as you can make it in Pennsylvania, which was the worst state for parking.
And by the way, guys, this is one of those great moments where if you can actually see past your own biases, this is a moment where no matter what side of the political equation you fall on, this is the culmination of a lot of bipartisan work by a lot of people. This is really kind of a great thing because, you know, we talked about the parking over in Ohio. That's DeWine. And we're talking about the parking in Pennsylvania. That doesn't happen without Shapiro. You know, all of this stuff is a lot of truckers a lot of truckers and associations putting aside their own political biases and working with whoever has the executive levers to make it happen.
It's really a shame that trucking has been dragged. In fact, maybe trucking is the last entity that could be dragged into the political sphere.
Well, they've been really great about it, actually, as a matter of fact, because it's always, remember when back in the day when Rod Knopfsinger and I would be like, I don't know if you guys know this, it's one of the few committees, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, where they tell people if you bring that stuff in, like, come on, man, take it easy. We got roads to build. We got stuff we got to do here.
Yeah,
they're pretty good about it.
Everybody got to eat.
Everybody got to eat. It's the everybody got to eat thing. That's why there's so many people on it too. I got to be able to go home and brag to my constituents that I gave them this thing I didn't vote for. You know. By the way, Kevin Moore, our good friend Trucker Boaston says here in Pittsburgh area it's horrible parking. They're working on it, and you're going to hear more about it as our friend Miss Euler arrives on the scene. We got to take a break here.
Looks like it. Sounds like it.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Breaker Back Talk, of course, is where we always begin, but we'll cover some other stuff as well, too. It's Nemo Nation. What's your name?
Dave Nemo.
Good to have you.
My name. And from Buffalo, New York to Bill, Wyoming, don't hit the road without us. Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
It's Monday.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reefs Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It is Nemo Nation, by the way, and I think I'm sitting across from Dave Nemo, as a matter of fact. You got a little, what is that jacket? Is that a shirt or a jacket?
Yeah, it's a that's a combination jacket shirt.
Got a little bit of the military
shacket.
in it.
It's a shacket.
It's a shacket.
Shacket.
A shacket.
Yes.
We get to wear them now, by the way. We actually, and we're not faking it either. The weather this morning was 58 degrees.
Yeah.
Jacket weather, light jacket. We're all in light jackets. We're in Le Shackets. Mm-hmm. Light jackets.
When I was in high school here in New Orleans, starting in 1963, we wore a little jacket or a little sweater to catch the bus in the morning, and then it was, someplace else in the afternoon. But
right.
Yeah, you had to have that, and that's not the case so much anymore, as the seasons have been gelling together into one big glob of heat and then one big glob of cold with nothing in between.
Yeah, I remember, growing up in the 70s, we would have what I would call the cold snap. There would be like one day in the middle of October, we would show up and it'd be like there, and everybody would be excited, like there it is.
Yep.
And that would be it.
And that would be it.
And that would be it. That would be it. Game, set, match. Now buckle up. Here we go. It's going to get progressively cooler and then colder. And then finally, and even in the city of New Orleans, 18 degrees in late December, early January was not unheard of.
Yeah.
That was just the reality of it, and there it was. Joe J, by the way, says, little Monday morning global internet glitch, good times. By the way, Joe, we actually touched on that this morning, and we couldn't agree more. There's some Amazonian problems, aren't there, Dave? What were you getting? You were listening to that on NPR when you were coming
into...
What's going on with that?
Well, that's a good question. I'm looking... I should have looked it up earlier in terms of what was going on, but Amazon does a lot more than just sell stuff. They also provide internet services and cloud services for major businesses. So when it goes down big. That's for sure.
We have 3.5 on the phone, by the way, from California. Giving us a call. So he's talking about pre-tripping your body. So can't wait to get into that. What's going on, brother?
Well, not much. It's a good thing you guys are wearing jackets, because if you said it the other way, they'd be jerks, right? That's a positive thing.
Yeah.
Hey,
yes.
Well, just to let the world know, I'm real big on wearing pink all October because of breast cancer awareness.
Yes, I've been liking your photos.
I get stronger in pink the more the month goes on, and there's trucks in California painted pink, and everybody's doing pink. So I encourage everybody out there to, wear a little pink, and it ain't gonna kill you.
Who was that trucking? Who was the woman who had all of the cosmetics and makeup, and she had a pink fleet of trucks?
I'm gonna say it was Rocket.
No, it was a lady's name. It was a lady who made cosmetics. Was it Mary Kay?
Wasn't Mary Kay?
Yeah.
Mary Kay, yeah.
Yeah, Mary Kay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are they still around?
Big, yeah.
Is that still around?
I don't know. That's a good question.
That's one that we're asking right now. Does anybody know if Mary Kay Cosmetics? Because they had pink, everything was pink. But they had a fleet.
If you sold enough.
They had a private fleet.
If you sold enough, they gave you a pink Cadillac.
Yes, exactly.
My sister worked very hard for that Cadillac. Never got it.
Never got the Cadillac?
Really?
Yeah. She did
so
that for
in supporting
years.
our women with their cancer, in pre-tripping one's body, I just want to encourage all the men to keep up with their health out there on the road. Yeah, I know you get sidetracked a lot, and days go by, months go by, years go by. Annual physicals for the Department of Transportation is not enough. You need to really get in there and start charting your health. And the reason I say that is, just like with the truck, you catch things early and you don't get put out of service. And I'm going through that right now. I'm on an 8-day countdown for prostate cancer surgery that we caught early enough that we think is going to be fine. I got some of the best medical team in Southern California working on me. And we caught it 5 years ago. And we've been doing active surveillance, I guess you would say, in seeing where this was going to go. Is it bad enough to worry? Because 90% of the men are going to have prostate cancer before they die. It's just some of it's not going to be serious enough to know about or even know of. But we've charted this over the years. We've done our pre-trips every 3 months, and we see it's progressing. And so now it's time to do something about it. So just like with the big rigs, you see those tires wearing down and you try to run them as long as you can, but there's a point that it becomes unsafe to keep them on the road and you got to change them. And it's the same thing with one's health. So I just want to encourage everybody out there, get in there and get them physicals, real physicals done. And, if you feel bad, get it checked out. And if you don't feel bad, get it checked out.
I'm going to let that land there for a second. And by the way, you looked really stylish in your pink tie and in your pink linens. Really, really stylish with the black shirt, by the way. And like I said, it's one of those things, too, where, guys, a little bit of pink in your wardrobe. By the way, my dad in the summertime is Mr. Pink. I mean, he literally, he will wear his linen suit, but then he's always got the pink shirt and then the pink tie with it. He loves that look in the summertime in New Orleans. It's a really good look to have. I can't agree with you more on this issue. Is the fact that if we would treat our bodies the way some of our friends out there treat their trucks, which are just beautiful, and just kind of say, good enough for my truck, good enough for me, I think a lot of people would have and a better quality of life, too, because people forget that catching stuff early is often not having to catch it at all. Sometimes it comes down to a pill or a lifestyle change. The idea of being told to cut out sugar or salt before actually something becomes the real thing often makes the difference too. It just got to just keep up with it. Got to keep it. You want to get to the point where you're shining your tires, where you're no longer having to replace tires, but you're shining them. Or when you do replace tires, it's at a good point as opposed to a bad one. That's the deal. That's the deal. What are you doing with the rest of your day?
Today is doctors, lawyers, and city hall.
Typical Monday, in other words.
Yeah. I'm still dealing with the Eaton Canyon fire and the destruction out here, and so I've got, all this stuff going on top of everything else. It's like God didn't give me enough to do with this fire. He decided to let my health take a hiccup. But we're just powering through it, staying positive and keeping the faith.
It's all you can do, by the way, and we appreciate everything you do, both keeping us abreast of what's going on with it.
Being out there to hear.
Oh, man, and the ATHS, keeping us up to date on that and reminding people how to take care of themselves. It's a lot of groovy stuff. Thank you, 3.5.
I can't wait till June.
A lot of people are looking forward.
I'm not slowing down. I'm going to it. I'm telling you.
All right, my friend. Be safe out there.
All right, buddy.
All right, man.
You bet. Hang in there.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, 3.5.
Always good to talk to Mr. DC. Good DC. You got that battery charging going on, and you all should kind of take care of yourselves in the same way. Would you care to talk to Miss Go On herself?
I was hoping we would get a chance to do that.
Well, hey, I'm just going to say go on because the turtle is here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's been a minute. Missed you guys last week due to some unforeseen circumstances, but happy to be back.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Welcome back. How's the house coming along?
The house is good. We actually get our concrete slab poured this week, so very exciting around here. We're super hoping that we can get everything done, up and erected before wintertime hits and all the bad weather. But you guys are right, though. Today is that first day where it's chilly. It is 46 in my neck of the woods in Tennessee, so I got the heater running for sure.
Yeah.
What kind of coffee do you have for yourself? What kind of coffee did you have this morning?
Oh, it's caramel, of course.
I'm shocked. shocked.
Right.
You're going to tell me
right?
that I like fruit pie products, and you like a little caramel in your coffee. I don't. What's the world coming to?
Yes. What's the world coming to?
Breaker Back Talk, by the way, is a chance for you guys to get involved in the action. Your comments on Facebook, your comments on YouTube, your comments on social media, any emails you send us, any outreach you do. Tara collates the information and brings it to us on a Monday morning. She also does it on Friday with Lindsay and I. Welcome back as always, and we will begin simply by saying, go on.
Well, you may have touched on it already, but Ice Princess wrote in and said, "What happened to the Making a Life and OIDA portions of Friday's recording? Long story short, internet went down, maintenance, unexpected, unforeseen circumstances once again." But I think that the main concern was just, did we miss anything? Did you guys keep going and we couldn't hear it? And that is not the case. Those guests will be rescheduled. You didn't miss anything, don't worry. But just, as you guys were talking about earlier, just technical difficulties, Ice Princess.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, the OIDA broadcast is available on their platforms on Spotify. Anywhere you get your podcast, Friday's edition of Trucking with OIDA is alive and well, and that can be heard over on those platforms, and it's well worth checking out, by the way. It's good and groovy stuff. So we don't always control what goes on with the newfangled technologies and the gremlins from the Kremlins and the friends from Hugo Chavez, but we continue. We continue. We endure. So thank you, Ice Princess. But those guests will be rescheduled. And as Drake can tell you, they both were incredibly good sports about it. Matter of fact, one of them, when he called Jeremy up, he actually said, it's Mulligan Day. I'll come back and do it again.
Stuff happens. And you guys just reminded me of the fact that through the many years that trucking radio was stationed at WWL here in New Orleans all night, if something would go wrong, if the transmitter would go out, if they had to do maintenance, they'd just pull the plug on the show, and it would take about 2 weeks to get everybody back. Like that.
Wow.
In some cases, they cared a lot, and in other cases, they just didn't care.
Well,
it was weird.
Yeah, it was a really weird situation, too, because at first I thought, something really has gone down here. No, they were just doing maintenance.
Yeah.
There was no heads up. I mean, they're just like, we're going to do some maintenance.
Yeah.
It's like, you just shut down.
You couldn't have let me know?
Well, I mean, they didn't just come for us. We're in the 7th Ward, man. We are in the middle, as Dave can tell you, we are in the middle of tourist central.
Yeah.
In regards to New Orleans.
We're in a tourist building.
I mean, as Marshall or Jerry or anybody who's been to this building can tell you, we are a hop, skip, and a jump from a lot of things that a lot of people depend on to make sure New Orleans stays New Orleans.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been down here. This is not the only thing going on down here. There's how many businesses within a hop, skip, and a jump? I mean,
how many coffee shops are within walking? There's 5 coffee shops within, literally.
I mean, and it's
distance.
one of the most popular, 3 of the most popular restaurants are down here.
Yes.
By the way, restaurants that all you guys would like out there listening. Fried chicken and steak and seafood.
A lot of soul food.
And
there's even a vegan soul food restaurant in New Orleans.
Can you even imagine what it must have been like over at the African American barbershop down the block without having any internet?
Yeah.
They must have gone through the roof.
Yeah.
I'm going to send those people down there. They'll take care of some business for us. Those guys down there, there's some serious customers. Go ahead.
Speaking of coffee, William T. commented, "I remember when Dave was a gopher, ... go for coffee." Dave, what is he talking about here? Were you a designated coffee guy, or is this some sort of inside joke that I'm not in on? What is this?
A lot of folks think that listen, a traditional way, back in the AM radio days, back 50, 60 years ago, a good way to start in radio was either to have a degree from college, and those were brand new, or sweep the floors, take out the trash, go get coffee, and hang around and wait for somebody to say, "Hey, Dave, why don't you do this news report this morning?" And you wait for that break. I never did any of that.
That's a lost tradition, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lost tradition because people are willing to pay to do that. It's called a paid internship. It's called an internship where you pay for it. It's called graduate school. It's disgusting.
I pay you to let me work for you.
No, as a matter of fact, I'm going to actually, exactly. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stand up for Dave. And by the way, there are people all over the country who sit where Dre sits who actually pay to be there.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
Wild.
But it's that people who actually...
Dre owes us $37 right now.
Back pay.
But the thing about Dave to remember, and Dave will correct me if I'm wrong, Dave had been on the radio, even when he comes back to join the Road Gang, Dave had been on the radio for over a year with the armed services and had been at WWL before that.
Yeah, and then started college radio before that. And the college radio station that I was on was actually a commercial station. We actually had a sales department, promote everything, just like
the Jesuits do not take a vow of poverty. If there's a way to maximize the possibilities of earning, well, the Jesuits' wheels and their brains are turning. That's really what it comes down to.
Right.
Go on.
Well, this next comment, it came from Joe J, and it was on the Highway to Health segment about breast cancer. So, kind of bringing it back to the conversation you guys just had with 3.5. He said, "Great segment. My mother is a two-time survivor, the first being raising 4 boys, 14 and under, in the 90s. Scary times." And that was an incredible comment. I mean, he's commented once before on the last breast cancer segment with Highway to Health and said a couple other things. And it's just incredible, an incredible story. Sad story, but incredible nonetheless. But wear pink this month, guys. Support in the smallest way that you can, which is just bringing awareness, bare minimum. We got another message actually that has to do with not breast cancer, but just cancer in general. It was a heartfelt message actually from a longtime driver named Michael Harrell. And I just wanted to kind of put this out there for him. He wrote into our contact form on our website, and he said, "I drove a truck for 35 years. I miss it so much, but I got cancer. I will probably never be able to drive trucks again, but I do need help. I hate asking. It's really hard for me to do so, but I really need a vehicle to get back and forth to my chemo appointments. I was not asking you guys for the help, but just hoping that you guys could put the word out there for me because I'm trying to connect with my fellow drivers from my old company that I was working for previously. The last company I worked for was ShipX in Salt Lake City, Utah. Was just hoping that you guys could try to connect me with my fellow drivers." So just wanted to put this out there for you guys. If you know or did know Michael Harrell or worked at ShipX in Salt Lake City, Utah, um, Michael's looking for your thoughts and prayers and would love to hear from you guys. So just wanted to kind of push this for him, put that out there for you guys.
Really quickly, one more time, spell his name for us, his last name.
It's Michael, Herrell. I have all of his contact info. So if any of you guys know him, you guys can reach out to me under the contact form, Breaker Backtalk submission, and I will get you guys connected to him.
Yeah, guys, if that rings a bell, either the company or the name, don't hesitate to reach out to Tara. It's really important. And, the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and also, we just had on the other side, I mean, literally the other side, we just talked about not just breast cancer, we also talked about getting checked for colon cancer, and our good friend 3.5 has been talking about that too. Mm-hmm. Guys, really... no shame. I mean, let's have that conversation. Testicular cancer as well, too. Mm-hmm. Get checked for all that stuff.
And you're right about the logo.
Yeah, it's the best logo I've ever seen in my life. With the testicular cancer logo is really terrific. But like I said, I made the joke about my dad the other day on the air. Me walking in from a workout and just, it was a long workout, scratching stuff, Why are you scratching that? Well, it just worked out for a long time. You're scratching it all the time? No, just after the workout. Okay, because if you keep scratching that, you got to go get that checked out. Don't have any shame about any of this. If you find a lump, tell somebody. If you're hurting down there, tell somebody. Get checked out. Keep getting all the pipes checked out. Make sure anything that things move through, get them checked out. Get everything checked out. Check it out. Live long.
Check it out.
Live long and prosper. It's an important part of the process. You're big on that. You go to the doctor a lot, right, Dave? You're a hypochondriac, right?
I'm pretty borderline. I'm a borderline.
Borderline.
No. I resist it, but I do it. Yeah. I don't want to go, but I do. You
don't want to go. What is it? You go because you don't want to go.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the good reason. That's good reason for health checkups all the time. If you don't want to go, then go. It's the best thing you can do. Maybe
you may have more appointments than you ever thought possible.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, man. If you want to avoid a lot of appointments, make your appointments. It's that simple. Are you going to join us on the Project 61, Tara?
Of course, I did last time, so I'm definitely getting on that train for sure.
How do you guys do it? Do you and your husband do it together, or do you just kind of do it on your own?
No, my husband, we kind of do it together, separate. He works a lot when I would be doing that, so we do it together, but he ends up lagging on that end just because he's always at work during those times. But a little effort on his part just to kind of keep me going and motivated is really good.
So a couple of quick things here before we get back to some more go-ons. Our good friend Trucker Boson wrote that we lost my mother-in-law 7 to 8 years ago from her second bout with breast cancer. Sorry about that, my friend.
Yeah.
Our good friend Foraught has now jumped into the chat as well as the numbers this morning of listeners continues to grow. Good morning, Road Gang. Good morning to you, Foraught. By the way, I wanted to tell you both something. I recorded it myself last time. We're going to redo one of we're going to redo Foraught's snake pontchartrain story, Dave. Because we're going to make it part of something else, a bigger thing that we're working on. What's really cool is, and I would tell Foraught to do this, but everybody else can too. Look up the actor Dane Rhodes, Danerhodes. He's got a nice little resume. He's done a lot of stuff. He's going to be playing Foraught. And we're going to have our first rehearsal on Wednesday. He's coming by here at 6 o'clock in the evening, and he and I are going to read through it with some other people that are working on that project. But Foraught is going to be immortalized by a nicely accomplished actor. You found him yet, Dave?
I have. I recognize him.
Yeah, I thought you might. He's got you. When you see him, guys, you know who he is. If you've seen Django Unchained, there's a moment when the Ku Klux Klan comes to, the bad guys show up, and then they realize that the masks that they're all wearing, they can't see through them. The masks are so badly made the Klan can't see anybody. So he's the first guy that pulls the mask off, where he's like, I can't see nothing out of here. So he's that guy. He's done a lot of stuff like that, which is really
He was in Where the Crawdads Sing too.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's been in, and he's gotten a couple of, there's a couple of movies that he's been in. He's gotten some really great reviews. He's I don't know if you've seen The Green Room. The Green Book, The Green Room. Is it The Green Room or the Green Book? Remember the sheriff that cuts them loose? He gets the phone call from the governor because Bobby Kennedy calls and says, cut these people loose right now. That's who plays the sheriff.
Oh, nice.
That's Dane Rhodes. Okay. That's Dane Rhodes. Very.
Don't ask me and mine's for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's good piece. Sorry about that, Tara, but I saw a good friend Foraught jumped on. Wanted to tell him that he will be immortalized in sound by actor Dane Rhodes. Some other people are going to get immortalized as well too. We're working on something. We're trying to figure out an actor to play our good friend Huck as well. Working on that as well right now. Go on.
I'm excited. Well, kind of speaking of listening to things, we got a comment that says, all of the TV I watch is background. I don't want to say background noise because I do listen and follow your guys' show. But if I weren't doing something else, I would just be bored sitting there. I love story development. So I wanted to bring this question to you guys, listeners in the chat. If you can participate, go for it, please. But what do you think is the percentage of media that you consume that is just background noise? Or what is the percentage you actively are watching, listening to, and retaining information or entertainment?
It's a good question.
That is a really good question.
You want to take a run and let me go first? What do you think? Up to you.
I am going to say that I don't use television as background noise. If I want just something ambient, I just put on music.
Yeah.
Music, yep.
Yeah, ambience for me is music. Often I will, I'll put podcast on in the background while I'm working on something. If it's a podcast that I'm thinking about maybe inviting people on, I have a really good rule. If I'm listening and working and I put my pen down and I really start listening intensely, I'm probably inviting them on.
That's a beautiful rule. That's a great rule.
I just my rule. If I'm listening, I'll put on trucking podcast all the time. I will put on storytelling podcast all the time. And Dave, if I go, you know what, I'm going to put my pen down and jump back about 2 or 3 minutes because this is really something's going on here. That's
worth listening to.
But in regards to background stuff, I'm like Dave, music. What's your go-to background music, by the way, Dave?
Oh, on any given day, it could be anything from old-time country music to Latin music to classical music to jazz to pop to Britney Spears.
Do you build have you started building playlists yet on Spotify?
I have no. I keep saying I got to do that. I have a lot of.
Well, it's one of the things we're going to talk about after your Nemo Nation recording today. Yeah. We have to kind of talk about that because who's really good at building a playlist?
Who that?
I'm going to point at him and whistle.
Oh, I know he is.
Phone Master Dre. He's really good at it.
He's put together some Road Gang Field playlists and things. Yeah.
That's still there, right, Dre? And still growing, correct?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
What's it called?
It is the Road Gang feel, and I don't know about it growing because I haven't touched it in a while, but it's still there and it's still accessible.
Yeah, and that's on Spotify. The Road Gang, Road Gang Feel.
Road Gang Feel.
Road Gang Feel is on Spotify. If you want to actually get on there, and you can actually make suggestions too.
And if you see a '90s picture of Dave Nemo, you came to the right place.
You got it.
A '90s picture of Nemo looks very different these days. Go on.
I'm almost.
Yeah, I mean that conversation kind of got me thinking about like active listening as a driver. Our listeners, I know, are listening to podcasts, or listening to shows and things. We're not watching movies on the dash, I would assume and hope that you're not doing that. But just active listening, something's like, is there a fine line between distraction, you kind of get lost in a podcast and you're kind of on autopilot, or does it really just keep your mind engaged in that healthy way? Eyes on the road, eyes on the prize. Like, I wonder if that's something that there is a real fine line between for them.
It's a good question, isn't it? The idea that when do you get so pulled in? But then again, the people who make those things are really kind of great about how they put them together too. I don't know if you noticed this. The people who put that stuff together know exactly. It's crazy, isn't it? Because dumb example. Everybody kept saying, why is Notre Dame a 10-point favorite over USC? These guys, I'm like, yeah, what do Vegas bookmakers know about anything? Guess what the final score was? 34-24 Notre Dame. Those guys know what they're doing. Those guys know what they're doing. And a lot of the people that make professional podcasts understand the people listening in their cars, and they're told. I mean, like Claire will go through rules with us, like about what sound effects she won't put in. That there are things that she won't put into the sound effects, that there are things that, we have to watch our volume levels. If you notice, we don't do a lot of shouting. There's even political stuff. Even political stuff. If you listen on the radio, if you notice, Rush Limbaugh never shouted. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
He never shouted. Keith Olbermann on his radio show Sean Hannity is a very different personality on his radio show than he is on TV. Much more low key.
Yep.
They understand people are listening and driving. And the idea, it's like, you don't want to give people jump scares while they're behind the wheel.
The UNO Center out on the lakefront.
Yeah.
University of North.
Yeah, it's where my brother works there.
Yeah.
He's a professor there. Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Big audience. Went to see Rush Limbaugh there years and years ago.
Oh, at the Nat Kiefer Center. Yeah. Went to go see Limbaugh there. You and Cheryl went to go see with Joe and Janet, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a big deal, man. It was a big deal. What you got, Dre?
Oh, I'm just yawning.
You yawning. Oh, he's bored. Careless. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. We're not bored of you, Tara, though we have to shuffle off this radio coil. We got a big show today. We're going to be jumping in with a lot of people coming our way. Thank you so much. It's been another edition of Breaker Back Talk.
Always. Love being here, guys. Stay safe out there and have a great rest of the show.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Tara.
Who is first up, Dave?
Well, Elizabeth Barna is going to be joining us here right after the top of the hour, and she's one of the people who really gets to know the people behind the scenes in trucking, and comes out with a lot of revelations that she gathers from those folks. And she has a long time career working with drivers on America's Road Team.
She is the longtime lady behind the man, laughing at all the men. That's who she is.
That's who she is. I was wondering.
We will take a quick break here. We will come back on the other side. Hit that music phone, Master Dre, if you'd be so kind. Yes, Mark Levin is a shouter, by the way. He should stop doing that. Marshall is going to be leaving Pandora and getting Spotify. Couldn't recommend that more. And yes, For Art, you are absolutely welcome. I've already heard him read it once. Dre, he is so terrifying in that role as For Art.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
It is a fast-paced half hour. We're going to be covering, a couple of guests here this morning. The first of which is a friend of the show, longtime friend, youngster, is what I've now kind of taken to calling all these people rather than calling them old friends. Nothing old about the spirit of the person who's joining us next. Dave Nemo is here. Of course, it is Nemo Nation. He sits at the center of it all. Would you care to do the honors here, Dave?
Well, Elizabeth Barna joins us. She's a dear friend, and she's a young old friend. Not just to me and you, but to everybody out there in the industry. And she founded her own company a couple of years ago now. She is the founder and principal of EAB Strategies. So we're going to get some strategy from Elizabeth here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Fantastic. Are you home? That's the first question with you always.
No, I am home. I've been listening to you guys this morning. Good show.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, it's about to get better because you're on it, and we appreciate that. But I mentioned, I was mentioning a great deal of your career has been working one-on-one with drivers in America's Road Team, some of the best, some great ambassadors for the industry itself. And you continue those relationships. So that's got to be a very rewarding aspect of who you are.
It is. It's really the heart of why I love this job so much, is working with the drivers. And I mean, most of them have become good friends of mine too. And it's not just been the road team since I've left ATA. I've stayed in touch with a lot of them, but have gotten to know so many more through truck driving championships and through work with other clients that I've been doing. I've also done a lot of driver focus groups, so I've gotten to know a lot of drivers that way. And just being out there on the road has been really fun.
It's interesting that through the majority of my own radio career, it's been after midnight, and the only people awake at that time are the truck drivers themselves. Everybody who works in the offices, from the owners to the management to the dispatchers to the receptionists at the offices, they're all sleeping at night. So the whole trucking radio thing was not just centered around drivers. It was just only two drivers, because they're the only ones that were awake at 3 a.m. working, along with other folks late at night and all of that. Now that we're on during the daytime, and we've been on during the daytime for a lot of time here on satellite first and now, everybody in trucking has the opportunity. I'm not saying they're listening. I wish they would, but what I'm getting at is the audience is spread out beyond drivers. But I don't think the programming has changed at all, because the programming that we did for the drivers back then, same stuff we're doing now for everybody. And I think that steady approach is something that you've always fostered.
Well, I agree with you guys in the programming, but I do think a lot more people are listening And I think it's a lot easier for people to listen now, too.
I think so.
You can find you everywhere. So you just have to log in and you can start hearing the great show. But I do think your programming is still really aimed for the driver, although as someone that's not a driver, you can get a lot of good information from y'all.
Some insight, I think.
But
maybe.
everything I think in trucking does center around the driver. And, obviously without them, there would not be trucking. So I think that's important.
Elizabeth, I wanted to, and good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
I wanted to ask you about this because you've worked closely with the St. Christopher's Fund. You've worked closely with Truckers Against Trafficking, with Reeds Across America. One of your great skills, and that Dave has alluded to it, has been teaching people how to talk to and relate to drivers. That there's a lot of organizations that are focused on helping drivers, but a lot of them don't really know how to make inroads, how to really kind of begin the conversation, where to find those conversations. When you're working with a company that wants to make a difference in drivers' lives, how do you talk to them? How do you talk to them one-on-one? Because you are so incredibly skilled. Anybody that spent time with you knows about your relationships with drivers. You're like basically a driver whisperer. How do you talk to people who don't know how to talk to drivers or don't know how to find drivers? How do you actually give them the advice? I know it's a longer process than the time that we have, but how do you do that?
Well, I think it really comes from your heart. You treat everybody, the way they want to be respected, or the way that you want to be treated as a person. Communication is so key, to just be as honest as possible. I mean, people don't like to deliver bad news, but you want to know what's happening, and so you have to be honest and transparent. You don't have to be, overly blunt, but you have to deliver it in a way that is going to be to tell, whether it's a driver or it's your kids or it's your next door neighbor. You want people to understand, what is happening and why it's happening and how, what the future looks like. So whether you're saying, freight is down right now, but we anticipate the economy getting better within what period, and we're here to help you. We want, you to be successful. We want to be successful, but we're a team together. I think asking for ideas and getting honest feedback from the driver is always important, and then taking that feedback, not just listening to it and not doing anything with it. A lot of drivers have great ideas, and I've known many companies to take those ideas and run with it and become very, very successful because of it. Companies have to understand that these drivers are out on the road and they're dealing with the customers as much as, the front office people are. They're the ones delivering to the dock, and they're the ones talking to the shipping departments there. And so they know what the real problem is within the shipping department. Some of the best sales folks are the drivers themselves. So just treating them as part of the team, talking with them as you would talk to anybody, to one of your friends, and not looking at them as they're any different than you. Growing up, I was always told to treat people the way that I would treat my family members, and that's all I've ever done. And so I think I don't want to say easy, but I think if you look at people differently, that's when you start having trouble.
I want a quick follow-up, by the way, point out in the middle of all of that, in the middle of that beautiful, open-hearted...
In the middle of my ramble?
No, it wasn't a ramble at all, because in the middle of that, too, is like you actually talked about, I don't know if you guys noticed this, Elizabeth knew exactly what the condition of the market is right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what's crucial, too, because a lot of the times you'll get organizations, sometimes charitable organizations, sometimes organizations looking for help. And it's so important with a person like you to remind people, okay, look, they got big hearts and they want to help. You also talking to people who are in the middle of a capacity crunch right now. You're also talking to people who are dealing with kind of disruptions in the economy right now. And then And that part of what you do is you're not just telling them to treat these people like human beings, but you're also telling them something I get on like a lot of people's case about is if you don't know what's going on in the industry, how can you meet people where they're at? That's a crucial thing too, correct?
Absolutely. You have to be in tune with your own industry, and especially in the trucking industry. And it has been very, very hard the past couple years, but especially the past year, especially with the tariffs and the uncertainty, not knowing what's being thrown at you next. One of my clients is the National Industrial Transportation League, the shipper organization, and I run their Young Leader Program, Emerging Leader Program, and they were in last week. We graduated them, which was really cool. But we talked about what the tariffs are doing to them. And one of the young leaders said, one of my departments that I'm in charge of, all they do every day is input what the tariffs numbers are. And one day they put it in all day, and then the next morning they wake up and everything they did the day before is rubbish, and they have to start all over again. And it's really hard to motivate that department to keep them going. And so you really have to have your, the finger on the pulse of what's happening, whether you're a truck driver or you're a shipper or you're somebody in the back room just inputting data. You've got to figure out how to keep everybody motivated in times of stress and economic uncertainty.
A great message to start off a really good week. Elizabeth, thank you so much for everything you've done and everything you continue to do. And thanks so much for being with us, too. I'm looking forward to our next visit.
Well, thanks for having me, everyone. Have a great day and be safe.
You as well, by the way. Elizabeth Barna has joined us, as she does on many occasions, because she's one of the original members of the Reconstituted Road Gang. You can find her over at Elizabeth Barna on LinkedIn, by the way, and eabstrategies.com, eabstrat.com is where you should go. We'll take a quick breath here and then bring in our next guest, Ray. Take us away. Man, we get a view of almost everywhere in the good old United States of America, both continental and beyond. Had the guy that runs the Hawaii Trucking Association on a couple of weeks ago as well. We're going back to a place that a lot of people, though, kind of consider one of the central hubs of trucking in this good old United States of America. And I'll let Dave do the honor of introducing our next guest.
Our next guest is Rebecca Euler, and Rebecca heads up the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association. And that group goes back to, actually, it's one of the rare trucking organizations that actually wasn't started in the Depression. They beat the Depression by a couple of years. They go back to 1928. And Rebecca comes from a background that really just sets her up beautifully for what she does now, I think, in terms of the legislative process and all of the other ins and outs that she deals with in the trucking sphere in Pennsylvania. But also, we're going to zero in on something that, for the first time in a while, we're going to get some good news about what was considered to be the worst state for truck parking on the planet. And now you guys are changing that. And Rebecca, you're a big part of that, and the organization is too. Good morning.
Good morning, Dave. It's great to be with you.
Oh, it's absolutely wonderful to have you with us. So we're going to jump right into the big news here because you got some big numbers in terms of what is happening. So I'm going to just kind of run this by fairly quickly, and then we'll have you kind of pull these numbers apart. 1,202 truck parking spaces in 133 locations by the end of 2026. And then on the turnpike, they're looking for 600 more in addition to that. Those are some big numbers, and it seems like, whoa, all of a sudden, all at once. But I'm sure it took a long time to get there, right?
Yeah, that's right. We're pretty excited about it because this has been, like you said, a long time to try to get to this point. But it really has been decades that Pennsylvania has, since Pennsylvania's really taken a sort of coordinated statewide step to address the truck parking shortage. And the plan that they announced last week really gives drivers more safe places to rest, supports the backbone of our economy, like, keeps our goods moving. We're really excited about it. But we also see it as a first step. So we think there's a lot more that needs to be done, but this is really exciting because it is a coordinated first step. And we think it's an important one.
Hi, Rebecca. Jimmy Mack here. I want you to kind of go back for a second, though, because Dave gave away the headline, but I want to kind of go back and kind of dive into what's before that. You guys were in trouble. I mean, we just literally this morning had one of our listeners write in and say, "Man, Pittsburgh's got some of the worst parking I have ever seen in my life." So, can you kind of set up where you guys were and what it means, those numbers that Dave just unpacked? Tell us what was going on beforehand.
Sure. So about 2.5, 3 years ago, we really started focusing on this issue when the MTA proposed a statewide study be done. And as everyone knows, and actually when we proposed the study, I remember getting some feedback from members saying, "Oh, we've studied this issue to death. Everyone knows there's a truck parking problem. It's just going to be another study. Nothing's going to happen." So we got some feedback on that, but we pursued it anyway. And long story short, they completed a statewide truck parking study, the Transportation Advisory Committee at the state level back in 2023. And that study found that at peak hours, the state was running at about 103% capacity for our truck parking spaces in the state, which is not a surprise to any of us who work in the industry. We knew that was the problem. And the ATRI study that came out recently found that Pennsylvania had 10.9 parking spaces per 100 highway miles, whereas the national average is 16. So clearly we have an issue. We are the Keystone State. Like you said in the beginning, we are a central hub for trucking. We're a heavy state. We are the key to the Northeast, linking it to the rest of the country. And we know that drivers rated Pennsylvania as one of the top 5 states where they have trouble finding parking. So we know it is a dire situation here. So that study that was released in 2023 had a lot of recommendations in it, most of which we're very supportive of, well, all of which we support. But one of those recommendations was for the state to actually look at their current rights of way and repurpose state-owned property for the purpose of truck parking. So that is exactly what we're seeing out of this recent announcement from PennDOT and the Turnpike Commission. They have done a holistic review of all state rights of way and all state properties throughout all of the state districts. And these are the spaces that they were able to find that they believe they could develop for truck parking. So this is a direct result of that study that was done 2 years ago.
Quick follow-up, and then I'm going to turn this over to Dave. One of the things we found out from Ohio was they had plenty of parking spaces, and they all were in the wrong places. And so that's always a big concern. I mean, it's like, there's enough parking spaces all over the country to put every truck in. That's not the issue. The issue is, do we have the parking spaces in the right place? Does this plan address that directly, meaning that have the studies shown that there are spaces where the spaces are needed, and that's what you guys are targeting?
That's a great question, and I don't believe this does address that directly, because what this plan does is it builds truck parking spaces where the state system has capacity. That may or may not correlate with where the truck parking need is, unfortunately. So we'll take what we can get, obviously, but then we get into sort of the next steps, right? So that tax study that was released in 2023 actually did prioritize the corridors. So we know where the highest truck parking need is. It prioritized Tier 1 and Tier 2 corridors throughout the state. And anyone who's driven through Pennsylvania can probably guess where those Tier 1 corridors are. So the next step is to actually focus attention and resources on those Tier 1 corridors where we know there's a problem. So that, I think, is where we need to go from here. We know where the problems are, and we need to get a collaborative plan together to focus on that next.
Sometimes you can, this is Dave again, Rebecca, sometimes you can solve one problem by creating another. And I'm thinking, I've always said, well, when it comes to truck parking, you really need to get the most expensive real estate in the country, right off an interstate
Yeah.
exit, So the state already owns a lot of land, but not necessarily in the right place, but it's there and it's free in a sense, if you know what I'm saying. So let's go there instead. So we solve the economic problem in a sense, but we never really solve the parking problem. Is that too harsh?
Yeah, you're right, and that is exactly what the study found 2 years ago, is that one of the barriers to actually building capacity where it needs to be is the cost of land.
Mm-hmm.
Because outside of Philadelphia, outside Pittsburgh, like your listener called in, we know that land is much more expensive and the return on investment is much more difficult. So there are specific recommendations in the plan. Like I said, these are next steps that we believe will help moving forward. One of those, actually, we have a bill here in Pennsylvania. It's House Bill 709, which we're trying to get some movement on. It would actually provide a tax credit for private businesses that would be willing to provide public truck parking spaces. So it's a $5,000 tax credit for every public truck parking space that a private business would be willing to provide, and that would only be applicable to Tier 1 corridors. So the idea there would be trying to get some the private sector to step up and provide some capacity in the areas that are most most in need of truck parking. So it's an all hands on deck. Give it all we can to get these issues solved, because it absolutely is a dire situation, and I see this as sort of the state taking a leadership. This most recent announcement, the state is taking a leadership role, and it's the first step toward putting a lot of these recommendations into action. So I'm hoping we're only going to move forward from here.
So that's House Bill 709, if I'm not mistaken. Representative Carrie Benninghoff introduced. What do you think? Chances of passing? You think it looks like a pretty doable thing, I would imagine.
I think so. I think it has bipartisan support, and I think even PennDOT is supportive of it. So I'm really hopeful about it. We have a little bit of a situation going on here in Pennsylvania. We still don't have a budget passed, so hopefully once we get through that, we can see some bills start to move.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things too that gets mentioned pretty prominently in the report that you guys put out about the headline is Pennsylvania launches first ever statewide truck parking expansion. And then we get into the open road tolling that went into effect, I think, on the 1st of this year, and then it's going to expand later on, I think. Stop me when I get off. Yeah. Okay. How does that, in terms of parking and in terms of paying for a parking spot, how does open road tolling play into that economically, or even does it?
Well, one way I can tell you that there is potentially a linkage is they're going to be getting rid of the toll booths moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So that will create some space where there may be an opportunity to build some truck parking spaces right off the turnpike in the future. So that when we talk about the 600 additional spaces that the turnpike is reviewing, that may be an opportunity for those additional spaces. So they're going to be demolishing those toll plazas. So that is one opportunity for sure that I know that they're looking at.
A follow up on both things you and Dave just talked about as well is that parking spaces are terrific and we're all in favor of them, and sometimes you take what you can get. In regards to making sure these spaces are safe, what is the state's commitment to making sure they're, as I've always said, a place to go to the bathroom and that they're well lit? What's the future look like for that?
That's a great question too. So I just had a conversation with the Secretary of Transportation about that after this announcement. So the priority for the near term is the way stations, the spaces that they're going to be adding at the way stations. So the idea there is they're going to set aside about two spaces for the state police's use at the way stations, but the rest of those facilities are going to be set aside for truck parking. And that will be done by the end of 2025 at all the way stations is the anticipated time frame there. And they are looking at installing porta-johns at those way stations. So I know that's not the perfect solution, but at least it's something at the weigh stations. Going forward from there, the rest of the spaces that we're talking about are a lot of them are sort of in the other category on the list of PennDOT facilities. So some of these are park and ride lots and other sort of parking lots that are along the roadways. A lot of those are going to need some improvement, whether paving or just basic improvement. And so the plan is by the end of 2026 to get a lot of those other parking facilities up and together, and the new signage. We have new truck parking signage that will be up. So my hope is that they will be able to access some funding to make all of those facilities safe, install some lighting and restrooms and paving where it needs to be. In fact, that's one of our recommendations moving forward is to try to access, as you know, there's federal funding available for that. So we really want to make sure that these spaces are safe and the best they can be.
PMTA.org. You can also find them on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. We're talking with Rebecca Euler this morning. Dave, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. We just got a couple of minutes here, Rebecca, but I wanted to ask you one quick thing. On the 511pa.com, is the public truck parking feature on there now, or is it coming?
Yes, it is on there now.
Okay.
They released that a week or two ago.
Okay.
And check it out.
Gotcha. Okay. And I want to ask you a question about studies. This may sound like a silly question, but I don't know if it is or not. I've made sort of a joke through the decades now, it seems, Rebecca, that, we've got enough truck parking studies to pave lots with the studies, Okay.
Exactly.
We all know that. You kind of alluded to that sort of thing earlier. My question is, should there be a study as to whether we need any more studies? You know what I mean? In other words, do we have enough studies to just quit wasting time and money on that? And, and then one study leads to another, and then the next thing you know, we don't even know where we are anymore. How is this? Are we in silly season with studies on parking by now? You don't have to agree.
That's a great point. No, I think that's a great point. I would prefer to spend the money that we're spending on these studies to actually build capacity
there you go.
for parking. But on the other hand, I get that they do want to try to study the impact of some of these changes that they're making. And to the point we were talking about earlier, are we building capacity in the areas where it's most needed? And everything's changing all the time, of course. We have new warehousing and distribution facilities popping up constantly. And of course, that changes the pattern of trucking and distribution.
The landscape is changing, essentially.
Sure. Yeah. So I do think that there is a valid reason we do need to at least periodically keep up with the studies. I think there must be a way to sort of, make it routine so that it's not just a brand new study every time.
Yeah.
Maybe we can sort of, make updates to
do something new and then study to see if that worked and then move on from there, right?
Yeah, a post-mortem study might actually be good. Build something and then let's study what we've built and see if it works. PMTA.org. President and CEO of the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association, Rebecca Euler, has joined us this morning. We are thrilled to have you. You are welcome back anytime. And by the way, I hope you're buckling up for the winter that is to come.
Yes, we're doing our best. Thank you very much. It's great to be with you guys.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break, come back on the other side. John Maley, Michael Freeze are both going to be joining us. I'm going to go grab some coffee. If I don't get back in time, don't worry. We got two people on microphones. This is Nemo Nation. Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious. 6366. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reese Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. Radio Nemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reese Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reese Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reese Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reese Challenge at readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, 100%, because woo, we are going into a half that is just fantastic. This is Nemo Nation with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo.
We had John on a couple of months ago on Road Gang Radio. One morning, he had an explosive edition of Stay in Your Lane, the podcast of which he is the host. He's also a senior sales executive at Triple T Transport. Big numbers, big listenership, a lot of comments over there. So we brought him in instantly. He is going to be, as many people that you're hearing today, like Elizabeth Barna and Ramon Dillon, going to become one of our regular contributors every 3 weeks or so. John Maley, of course, friend of mine and friend of the show and friend of truck drivers everywhere, joins us this morning. John, it does me great honor to introduce you to Dave Nemo. Dave Nemo, John Maley.
Well, thank you. I'd like to start off by saying happy fall Monday morning to the Nemo Nation. How's everyone doing today?
Doing great. And John, you hit the nail on the head. We actually put on little overshirts this morning.
We got on shackets.
Yeah.
We're calling them shackets.
Shackets.
Shackets. They're shirts and jackets at the same time. So we're wearing our shackets. We're very pleased. How's the weather up in your neck of Ohio?
Actually, this morning was our first really cool morning at 43.
Ooh.
I think we're slated to be in the 30s in the morning at the end of the week.
And thus it begins.
So it's going to get frosty.
Ohio has arrived. Ohio has returned to the scene. And by the way, the only thing predictable in college football right now is The Ohio State University. So go Buckeyes there as well, too. Everything else is topsy-turvy, and the world has gone upside down. But Ryan Day and gang keep on winning. You're fans of them, aren't you?
Absolutely. Now, I was surprised. I'm sorry to see that LSU dropped their game over the weekend at Vanderbilt, but Vanderbilt is, I would say,
real. For real.
Not an orthodox team
Yeah.
to just play, square up, because the Pavia, he's got some skills. So
Oh, he's crazy. He's mad skill. He's a Heisman contender, by the way. I'm laughing about this, too, because it hurts Dre's feeling that LSU lost. Dave could care less. He's a Loyola graduate. And as far as I'm concerned, go Georgia Bulldogs, which is where I went to undergraduate. So the whole world is working out really well. John, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you, and good to be having you going forward into the future. We're just thrilled to give everybody a chance to really meet you when it's not like pull you on at the last minute. Tell everybody a little bit about Stay in Your Lane as a podcast. Give people a real sense of it.
Well, everyone has a podcast now, so I would say it's a difficult market to compete in. We try to keep it factual. We try to keep it real. and try and bring a value from a reality perspective, more so than chase maybe fanatical activities to draw attention.
Yeah, and you bring on all kinds of different points of view because you had Jamie and I on one time, and we were all over the spectrum in regards to takes on the stuff. You've had Bob Costello on. You've had a number of people who have come on the podcast. And by the way, you can find John at TTTransport.com, but you can also find him on the Tube of You at the Stay in Your Lane podcast as well. All right, John. So let's kind of get right to it now. You had said at the beginning when we got your notes that you wanted to talk about policy and its impact on the market. So why don't you kind of unpack that and tell us what's coming up on your podcast?
Well, a lot of people are stating that the market's not going to change for another 12 months. We've heard that from a lot of experts in the industry and analysts. But I beg to differ. I think that the refrigerated market is going to see volatility and already has. And I would say it's more policy related than anything else. I think the policy changes that we're seeing implemented are causing the refrigerated capacity in most areas to tighten.
So if I kind of understand this correctly, and I'm going to let our listeners kind of chime in on the chat if they want to. So there are two lines of thinking. And by the way, there are very few people, by the way, who think that what is happening right now in regards to the tightening of capacity by removing the non-domiciled, very few people who feel that, removing a lot of the bad actors from the market is a bad thing in of itself. It seems to me that there are two lines of thinking. One who believe it is merely a safety issue, meaning it's not going to have a long-term impact on the market itself, but that there are people who believe that you will see savings insurance-wise, the roads will get safer, the atmosphere will get better, and that alone is worth it. There's another line of thinking of which you count yourself a member of, and some people you've had on your show, and some people who are contrarian but respected thinkers, if I'm getting it right, also believe that not only will it improve the safety, but that it'll accelerate the recovery of the market from less than 12 months into kind of a 6 to 8 month window, that we'll see a much more rapid turnaround. You guys are thinking first or second quarter, whereas a lot of people think it ain't going to be until the end of next year. You fall into the first camp, right? You think we could be seeing a recovery 6 to 8 months. Why is that?
Well, I think there's multiple facets in the trucking industry, and when you look at it from an overall lens, I think you're going to miss some things. I'm going to come out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that many of the non-domiciled drivers that are in our market have been pulling refrigerated equipment.
And you feel like that's where we're going to see the big uptick, and if we see an uptick there, if we see an uptick there. So I'm going to ask you in regards to how many, and you have some sense of this, how many do you think were out there? How many non-domiciled do you think? I mean, you've talked to me about this a little bit.
Well,
you have some numbers.
I think there's some different subcategories of that. I think there are non-domiciled drivers here that speak great English, that have been working here for many years with visas that are expired. I think that's a separate group from the ones that in the past few years have been granted non-domiciled CDLs under the later pretense, right? So I think when we look at this, there's subcategories in it. I don't think you can group it all as one.
Yeah, I think it's
don't.
I think it's a really good point. So I would ask you, John, just from your own kind of standpoint, you probably have a very different take about what we should do about the first ones, the ones who speak good English, who speak English well. Sorry, I spoke bad English right there. Who speak English well, and also simply have expired visas. We should deal with them in a different way than the ones who have been kind of this last rush that you have been so concerned about, right? I mean, this has been a deep concern of you and many people, but the idea of just kind of forcing these people into the market, right?
Correct. I think from a policy perspective, I think that the U.S. government is saying these should be American jobs. Right? I mean, I think there's a safety facet. Then I think it's America first. If you talk to Louis Pugh at OIDA or Todd Spencer, they want American drivers in these roles, and they've pushed forward for the legislation. Now, I did see that we have a bill going that would require the CDL test to be only given in English.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
So
that's really cool too, because it actually was proposed by a bilingual Hispanic OIDA member, which is really kind of groovy about it, which is just terrific.
It's the beautiful thing of the melting pot, right? I have clients that are actually immigrants that have come here and to the United States and paid their dues and went through everything to do it correctly and become a citizen, and they're infuriated. And these are people that send me truckloads every day.
Yeah, by the way, Ramon Dillon is going to be on. He's the head of the Punjabi Trucking Association, and the first time we ever had him on the show, we said, well, what's a priority? He says, making sure that people can speak English. He openly said it was the first thing out of his mouth. So you're absolutely correct. There are people who have been here and played by the rules and gone through the system. It's a real big belief there, John. By the way, Dave is itching to get in here with something. Dave, I keep on talking
Go
with
ahead,
you,
Dave.
but go ahead, Dave. Jump on in if you want to.
Well, the thing of it is that it's so hard to talk about this topic without dicing in sociology and politics and religion and race and creed and color and birth of origin of birth. All of that stuff piles in, and all we're talking about is people that can operate a truck safely in the environment in which they are.
Right.
Okay. So we're going to, I feel like we're building this Gordian knot around a problem that's pretty simple.
Yeah.
It's really basically simple.
And I think that's why people should listen to John's podcast, to be honest with you, because as you can hear from him, and we're not talking about like, got to get these people out of here. It's like, no, we got to get people who aren't playing by the rules out of here, out of the market and out of the system. And that really was what it kind of comes down to.
And I think, John, my take on this is that, okay, just like truck parking is a problem. We just talked to Rebecca Euler up in Pennsylvania Trucking about, Pennsylvania's big plans for more parking. Okay, we've known parking. I've been doing this for over 50 years. I've known parking's been a problem, a stated problem for 30 of those years.
Hey, Dre, did you hear parking's a problem?
Okay.
No.
You had me when you mentioned Rebecca Brewster. Who doesn't love Rebecca Brewster?
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah. What a sweetheart. What
I know.
An absolute amazing, genuine, down to earth. I mean, golly. So, I think, Dave, you're speaking about the times when I grew up and when Jimmy's a little older than me, got me by a couple, but every parking lot of every shopping center had trucks parked in it after hours.
Sure.
Furthest away from the door. They were considerate. They didn't leave trash. But they needed a place to park, right? So you had shopping malls. You had all these places, large groceries and large shopping centers where you would see trucks parking all the time, nearby highways, etc.
Sure.
Now those parking lots have 72,000 islands in there to limit and to keep trucks out.
Well,
so there's even less parking than there was 30 years ago and more trucks.
Let me say something about that. Back probably late 90s.
Which is when all this starts,
There
by
was
the
a
way.
shopping center out on I-10 in Ontario, California. One of those mills. They had one in Nashville, too, that flooded in 2010. What is Ontario Mills Shopping Center on the north side of I-10, right across from the big TA. So guys would fuel and go to the truck stop there, and then they drive over to the shopping center and park. We get a call one night. They've kicked all of the trucks out of the parking lot, but they let those doggone RVers stay. Well, you know what the thing was. They got tired of picking up trash and pee bottles and everything else. And they kicked the trucks out.
That's about when it starts. That's about when it starts. It's the late 90s, and it's been accelerating since then. And John, we're going to be out of time here, but I want to give you the last word. That's what John brings up, by the way. I think is really kind of important is the fact that part of the rejection of the trucking culture that has gone on in the last couple of decades has been from a lot of people who don't respect everybody else's culture and don't have the same kind of respect that people had back in the 70s and 80s. But, John, we want to give you the last word before you got to shuffle off your radio coil with us.
Well, I'm going to say that respect's where it starts, but also when you don't come to the country, when you don't come to the United States and assimilate and expect everyone else to assimilate to your historical background, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I think that's where it starts.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to the idea of passing that CDL test, being able to pass it in English, and I also think it starts, and we know we got friends in the CVTA and the NAPF TDS who can tell you right now, if we can in fact onboard soft skills with a lot of these people, what is it, a trucking for dummies, a trucking culture for dummies to kind of bring people in and do it. John, we're going to find more time to talk. We're going to be bouncing you in on 15-minute segments and 30-minute segments. I do want to tell everybody, though, from the top with feeling to make their way over to the Stay in Your Lane podcast. There's a lot of good stuff there and a lot of contentious stuff, but it's spoken in very reasonable language. And people from all places on the spectrum and all opinions are actually over there. TTTransport.com and Stay in Your Lane podcast over on YouTube. John, welcome to the Nemo Nation family.
And you got some great graphics on your podcast too, by the way. Nobody ever mentions stuff like that, but I noticed that stuff. Yeah.
My marketing guys, Triad Marketing, Ryan Keller, they're terrific.
He's a terrific guy.
They're good people, and just like you guys, good people and down to earth and real. So we love them. We appreciate them. And we appreciate you guys.
Thank you,
Thanks
John.
for having me on.
You got it. John Maley, of course, is Senior Sales Executive over at Triple Tree Transport and also is the host of the Stay in Your Lane podcast. By the way, Dre, often we bring on reporters, and when we do, we give them a little bit of reporters' music, do we not? And of course, my friend, Dave, you know our next guest, do you not? The freeze stands alone.
Yes,
is the best way to kind of conceive of Michael. He is, of course, a veteran. He is from Canton. He is a lifelong Pittsburgh Steelers fan. He is a wrestling fan extraordinaire. Most importantly, he's one of the fellas at the center of Transport Topics. He's the features editor over there, a regular contributor, and an original member of the reconstituted Road Gang. You can find out all about him over at ttnews.com. And by the way, oh, God, I'll tell you this, Michael. I know you guys lost, but, man, Rodgers' arm is still intact. That last-minute bomb he threw at the end of the game, his arm is still raring to go, isn't it? Woo!
Yes, it is. I tell you what, yes, it was a divisional loss. Yes, it could be impactful. But when it comes to losses in general, I really feel good about this one because, that Cincinnati team, that's not the team that we're going to see during the season. So, I'm glad for the old guys, being an old guy myself, that these guys are still performing at the top of their game. So I take solace in that, even though it's a Steelers loss.
It's the Wheeze kids. It's the two up until then. Drew Brees versus Tom Brady was the two oldest quarterbacks, the largest age combination until that game. I don't know if you saw it, Dave. It was the Wheeze kids. It was Aaron Rodgers versus Joe Flacco. It was like two geezers in golf pants, literally throwing footballs around the place, playing bombs away. It's like it was a testament to the power of get your sleep, because both those guys have sleep coaches. I need a sleep coach, Michael. That's what I need. Be able to throw.
You and I both.
I mean, literally at the end of the game, Aaron Rodgers, literally, they didn't catch it. He threw the ball in the back of the end zone from the 45-yard line. Just wound up. Went, okay, I got my arm. Like that's old. We were talking about grandpa strength. That's old man strength right there, dude. There. Just ripped it off, man. Just crazy. All right, we got to talk about trucking and all the other kind of fun stuff here. By the way, Dave was talking about this as we kind of started. You want to set this up, Dave, with the insurance stuff?
Yes, I'd like to start off with the firsts that we've all known and loved, or for a while at least. Safety first, right? Everything safety first. And then it became America first in another specter, America first. Now it's AI first, and this is where it gets
What's
really
your problem,
scary.
Dave? I love working with you, Dave.
Yeah.
What's your problem, Dave?
Yeah. All right, Hal.
Wait, what's the other thing? Everything is fine. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong.
Exactly. The Bob Newhart's thing about automation in airplanes.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, exactly. So what does AI first mean? And it's pretty scary that, and it's medical too, not just automobile or truck insurance. It's all insurance now. They want to look at your data, and I mean data that comes out of the CLD. Was it CLD?
What
ELD.
Oh,
ELD.
ELD.
I have got alphabet soup swirling in this bowl of a brain I have
No,
now.
I'm telling you, man, it's a big boiling pot of alphabet soup. It's spilled over.
So from 2017...
I'm thinking CDL from the last conversation.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. So the ELD, one of the things, okay, so as humans, we all have to have continuing education and refresher courses and reviews because we learn stuff and we forget it. The computer, the robot, he learns stuff. He never forgets it. And now...
you promised you remember my birthday, Dave. I remembered yours. God, I'm sorry. Please continue.
You were born on a dark day. So what I'm getting at is that this is kind of scary because the truth will out. And so the ELD will never lie, and all of that information that it has collected since 2017 is still out there for the taking by whatever insurance company wants to take and use it for you or against you. And you guys put a series of articles together on that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did. You know, Dave, I just want to share your fears that, you know, although AI is going to be a very prolific, a very influential technology in the next 10 to 20 years, I feel that in that time, there's going to be a lot of things done to that technology where it's going to serve the higher purpose. You know, that people shouldn't be so fearful of it. I mean, if you take it into context, maybe from the internet boom of 2000. You know, and where we are right now in 2025, I would think that that apps such as ChatGPT are going to be like America Online, instant messenger, 20 years from now. I mean, it's going to be, it's still going to be a thing, but not as prominent as it is right now. So, that being said, what you were just talking about, Dave, with the impact that it has on not just the trucking industry, but the insurance providers that are working with trucking companies. There's a lot of data, to be had, as you guys were just mentioning, and the use of AI will be sort of, it's sort of becoming something like a personal assistant, or maybe agentic AI, where you're going into a customer service portal, which is most likely an AI bot just servicing whatever you need. And from that foundation, I believe the industry is building that foundation to create something that is going to be helpful and efficient for the industry. And right now, that's one of the articles that we have written by written by Amanda Smith Tunch. She really goes into detail about how the insurance underwriting is really getting a boost from AI, just in its integration and just the way that it's processing, those underwriting duties, for insurance companies. So, that's it's a net positive if led the right way.
It's a net positive if done the right way. You are absolutely right. And I know, Jim, you have a question, but I wanted to just maybe dice in just one thing real quick.
Dice in, man.
Steve Miller, you quoted some great guys from some insurance companies. And companies get bunched together in what are called cohorts. So I have a refrigerated company with 50 trucks, and other refrigerated companies with 50 or so trucks get grouped together, and we all get the same premium. And I may win or lose in that cohort, but I'm in it. Could AI possibly make me a cohort of one, because you have everything you need about me alone, regardless of anybody? You don't have to lump me together with anybody, because you don't have to make any assumptions about my driving character or driving history, because it's all there in black and white from the cameras, from the ELD, Is this going to be better for the individual, you think, eventually, to be more accurately priced insurance?
Dave, I would love to say yes, it will be. However, it's all depending on what that goal is for your business and how do you want to apply AI into that business. Because it's one thing. I'll harken back to the 2000s again. I remember as a young editor for transportation distribution out of Babcock's Media, and during the internet boom, there was booth after booth, with trucking.com or something logistics.com or something.com, and it was this rush to be on the internet. But after that step, it was just what do we do next? And there's a point in this new technology where we're kind of at that crossroads right now. It's helping me figure out different types of plans and different types of procedures to go forth on some segment of the trucking industry. But once we get to that point, what are we going to do? What are we going to do after that? It's said that AI is not going to take jobs, but the person who knows AI will. And I think when we come into those particular moments, I think it all depends on where we want this technology to be beneficial and the big scope of things. And so your answer, Dave, could be just yes, but it depends.
I'm going to say two things really quickly here. Well, one of them is the second part is a question. Dave and I were talking this morning, and I'm bragging on my wife and his daughter. Claire and I joke about this all the time. I tell people, write a really good declarative sentence and then ask ChatGPT to take a look at it. Watch what it does. It'll tell you, you got it. I mean, it'll do essentially the ChatGPT equivalent of good, well done, moving on. This isn't an attempt to kind of hijack or take things over. And you're right. It's just going to mean more people who know AI are going to be working with AI, a lot of it. The second thing is, and that Dave alluded to this too, what happens when this backfires on the insurance companies? And what I mean by that is what happens when people, when people start entering in the information and being like, I got to tell you, man, your ChatGPT recommends that you actually take a salary cut and I get a little bit less of my insurance premium. I mean, there's a model by if you do this properly with like safeguards on it, where they could actually the AI, whether I'm running it on my own end or they're running it on their end, blows up in their face where it's like, yeah, you're getting overcharged here. What do they do then? They can't rig that game, because if they do, people will be looking at it. That's going to be the big thing, I think, with AI, is making sure they're not goosing the program. Because if they start telling programs to deny claims, or they start telling programs to jerk up the prices, you can find that data as well too. Is everybody following me here? I mean, what happens when I actually, when somebody invents an AI unit that tells me what I should be being charged as opposed to what they actually are charging me? You following me?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I think in those cases, Jimmy, it's going to be the way that, to varying degrees of success, it's going to be the way that people in the industry are monitoring autonomous vehicles. You don't have someone, you have someone at that will to make sure that technology is stopping at the stoplight, turning safely around the corner and things like that. And I believe that's the way that the way that AI is being utilized right now. I think that's the way it should be, moving forward. To your point, with if the AI is doing something within the process that is not correct, there should be a human finger in that control where it's adjusting, it's making adjustments, it's making corrections. I think it's not going. I hope it's not like 2001: Space Odyssey. Hal is, I think Hal is assisting us to be better. I don't believe Hal will be there to take over necessarily.
Well, and remember, at the end of the day, Hal actually malfunctions. If you know the full story, he malfunctions because he was told to lie, and he has a nervous breakdown. That's actually what causes the disaster, is that the AI is told to lie, told to keep secrets from the two astronauts, and in doing so has a nervous breakdown and goes psychotic. It's important to remember that, all that stuff. Michael, you got to come back sooner rather than later. We got to get you back on because there's so much more to talk about. This format is terrific, but it also makes for really tight windows. Promise me you'll come back in the next couple of weeks so we can dig a little further into this, okay?
I pinky promise.
All right, man, I'll go with that. Pinky promise. Ramon Dillon is coming up, Chris Jolly, and Mike Roth. Thank you, Michael Freeze. We love you, man. Nemo Nation continues on the other side. Go to ttnews.com for the latest insurance special report from Transport Topics. We'll be back on the other side. Happy Diwali.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Go to PunjabiTrucking360.com. You can find them on Facebook at Punjabi Trucking Magazine, or you can go napta.org. All of those places will put you into the world of our next guest, and Dave, of course, will do the honors of the introduction here on Nemo Nation. Welcome back. Take it away, Dave.
Well, thank you very much, Jimmy Mack. Ramon Dillon is back with us here on the program, and it's great to have him back. And he, of course, heads up the North American Punjabi Trucking Association, the NAPTA. And happy first day of Diwali, Ramon, and welcome.
Hey, happy Diwali, and how are you?
Doing great, fantastic. One of the things, we're going to kind of jump right in because one of the things that you guys have on the website is a article about the latest piece of legislation now being thrown into the trucking world here. Haven't seen that in a while. We usually go by rules and regulations, and more now we're starting to come under law, it seems, and it's called the Secure Commercial Driving Licensing Act, put forth by Andy Barr of Kentucky, Tom Cotton of Arkansas. There are three components to it, I guess, in terms of what the requirements are. But maybe some background and maybe some perspective from you before we kind of jump into that, Ramon.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about the English Proficiency Act, right? The requirement of English language.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Because again, we definitely asked for that and looking for that for a long time because it was the law already in place, but it was just need enforcement. And plus that I think in that law, the requirement for 1 year prior to get the CDL, that is very necessary. I think at least 2 years is good too, but 1 year is for sure.
Can you kind of tell us really briefly why it's so good for your organization, why it's important to you guys? Because you represent a lot of interests and a lot of people who are invested in making sure this happens. Tell our listeners why it's so important for you guys. We ask this of everybody who's behind this.
I think it should be good for everyone. I shouldn't, just not us. Everyone should be uh, happy about it because this is a basic requirement. It's a basic thing that is required for trucking and anybody over the road.
Okay, so I kind of want to talk about what you guys have coming up in regards to what this season means for you guys, but I also kind of want to know what you guys have your eyes on, what you're focused on these days, and what are the most important issues facing your association right now.
The most important thing is that we are trying to bring awareness to the members that these things are coming. Another thing is that we encourage people to learn English, and before they get into at least into trucking, they need to understand and learn and read and write and all that requirements. They need to fulfill that. We try to bring awareness about the rules and regulations, and also the basic thing that we ask too, that due to this regulation, we do not want the discrimination part, into the system, because then it just become a kind of like worried about the racial profiling. When drivers are out there, you just pull the driver just because he look like that he's not going to understand English. So that is also a little worried about the drivers, that they do, their concern is that they're being targeted. And about the general public, I wanted to say that, in general public too, that all these people are very hardworking people. They just, they're not what they think that they are. So I just ask general people to give it a time and just understand that where all they're coming from. If one person make a mistake, doesn't mean the whole community is wrong,
Well, and that's really important to us too, Rahman. We one of the reasons why we've developed an association with you, and it's really important, is that we are completely in agreement with you, and many of our listeners are right there with you too. Anybody willing to play by the rules that have been kind of laid out and do it in the proper fashion is welcome to participate in this wonderful industry. And so, in many ways, you guys meet people halfway. Say, look, we're about these regulations and these law enforcement efforts as well. What we're trying to do, you, myself, Dave, and many people over here at Nemo Nation, is let people know that it's like we want to make sure that this gets put in such a way that it doesn't turn into a profiling situation, but becomes really about the safety of everybody out there on the road, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And the problem is this, that it seems like it feels that way because right now we have accident that happened in Georgia, that unfortunate situation that 8 people got killed, 8 people got killed. And I think that person is out on a bond. And we got over here, the Florida accident has been treated in a different way. So this is just becoming a political game. I think everyone out there is using this as a political thing, but we all along, we support the English requirement. We support the rules and regulations should be enforced equally on everyone, not just some people that they look different. That's the only thing that worries us.
Yeah, and it's been a concern over here as well. We've had people like Tom Bray, formerly of J.J. Keller, formerly of the CVTA. A lot of us are keeping a close eye on that because we want to make sure that the roads are as safe as possible. We did report on that accident, by the way, Dave. That was terrible what happened over there, over in Georgia. So we reported on that, and a lot of people aren't kind of talking about that, but it was equally as disastrous. 8 people lost their lives. All of them were
Yeah.
related, and that guy was born, bred, and minted here in the USA that did that. So we're all going to be keeping an eye on that too. What do you got coming up for fun, Dylan? What's going on? Are you going to be celebrating any holidays? Or are you going to be spending time with family? And how do you, in the same way that so many people who celebrate Christmas deal with Christmas, how does your association deal with the upcoming holiday?
Absolutely, it's a great time. I think everyone should celebrate where they live. All the holidays that are celebrated there, because now U.S. is our country. We live over here. I live over here for over 35 years. So now every holiday over here has just become our holiday, and we also celebrate the holidays from India. We do take part in a lot of happenings. There's a one upcoming next, I think at the 2nd November. It's going to be biggest sick day parade in Yuba City that happens every year. It's been happening for 46 years. So we'll be celebrating that. And so I think, the holidays are the good time, and I think people should celebrate. And we do, all of us, we do, and we enjoy the time with the friends and family.
By the way, next time you come and stop on by, because we're out of time, promise me that you will get a chance to talk about how you guys are kind of taking the lead on making sure that there's parking out in your neck of the woods and everywhere that you represent people, because we've been talking about that ad infinitum, but I know you wanted the chance to talk about this. It's good to have you back. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks. Be safe and enjoy the next couple of weeks. And just thanks for being a part of the show.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, everyone.
It's always good to have Ramon on, isn't it, Dave?
It is.
Just good people, speaking for a lot of people out there who are working very, very hard, celebrating their Festival of Lights, by the way. Always good to have him here as a presence. We'll take a quick breath here. We'll bring on our next guest right after this. Before our good friend Dave Nemo introduces our next guest, Marshall Platter just wrote me to say that the ELD doesn't know you ate a big meal, doesn't know you're getting sleepy, ELD doesn't know the traffic is heavy, ELD doesn't know roads are slick. All of that is correct, although I have a feeling they're going to be grabbing data from other sources and playing the comparison game. Don't be surprised if at some point people start talking about trucking the way they were talking baseball last night. Some of the stats they were getting into last night, Dave, were unbelievable, where they were taking stat lines from one group of people, comparing them to another, and getting an overall picture. Almost able for John Smoltz to predict every single pitch over the course of the game. It was based on somebody's psychology and their profile. Wow. And the one time that he didn't throw a pitch anybody was expecting, the guy struck out the side. So it's about knowing your own patterns and mixing stuff up. Would you care to do the honors on the next guest?
Yes, Chris Jolly is about to join us. The Freight Coach, his own self, Chris Jolly. And, of course, the Freight Coach podcast. And you can go to The Freight Coach, all one word, of course, thefreightcoach.com to catch up with Chris and the gang there. Chris, good morning and welcome.
Hey, thank you guys so much for having me back on. I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, it's great to have you back. I was watching one of your recent podcasts with Sean from Truck Stop, formerly Denim, and talking about designing a fraud resilient carrier network. And boy, I did kind of laugh, because the best way to prevent fraud is to work with people you actually know.
Yeah.
Of all things, where did that idea come from? And we've been kind of talking AI this morning and the ups and downs of that. They are starting to use AI now to do your actuaries on your insurance, and even life insurance now, certainly truck insurance. We're separating ourselves through all of these, these layers of electronics, I guess you might say. But when it comes down to it, and it's also, and I'm going to start talking in a second here, because one thing that Jim just brought up very quickly this morning was the fact that it's so important to get together in person in the same room at the same time with people in this industry. And all of these conventions and conferences and everything that we go to, it's so important to shake hands and see what a guy looks like when he's drinking coffee across the table from you. And that the human touch is what we're starting to veer away from. Is that too much of a simplification?
I think that people are trying to actually overcomplicate what we're doing when we're vetting carriers and trying to build relationships. And, from my seat, again, I always say this is just coming from somebody who actually does the job, because I book trucks every single day inside of my freight brokerage. And I've just found over my 15-year career, the most tried and true method to ensure you're booking the right truck on the load is to use that exact same carrier who's running that region 7 days a week, regardless of whether it's with you or not. And that is just the way to kind of bypass a lot of the garbage out there that people find themselves in. Is they're overlooking it. They're thinking they need to do things at a greater level. And from my seat, the more simple the questions, the better off you're going to be. And I say that is because a lot of the fraud that is committed out there is they're looking for that easy in, right? They're looking for that rep who clearly doesn't care, or who's maybe overworked and they're not paying attention. And when you have standards for the freight that you're moving, and as a broker myself, there are not a lot of separators out there in any market, but especially right now between you and your competition. And the standards that we hold our carriers to, we actually attract the right carriers for our customers' freight, because they want to vet their brokers just as much as we want to vet them. And I have just found over my career that when you have all of that information dialed in and you're holding those carriers to a certain standard, and then they're able to hold you to that same standard as a broker, I think that's where that air quote perceived harmony comes in. And I feel like where a lot of this stuff is exposed is they're looking for that quick buck. They're looking for that person who maybe isn't as engaged in the conversation as possible. And then that's all they need is just that small window.
It also brings up that great line from Fight Club, where he says, "That was clever. Thank you. How's that working out for you?" What? Being clever. And I was watching some football games this weekend, and the coaches that kind of stuck to their simple philosophies and did what they did best won, and the people who got clever lost. Is this also kind of a warning that it's okay to kind of keep up with new technologies or new approaches or expedient approaches? That's okay. But at the end of the day, you want to kind of go back to your foundational core skills. And if they are working with people and working with the people who do the best job, it really is that simple. Is that what we're kind of getting at here?
I 100% abide by that, right? I have, again, my playbook, we'll use the coaching analogy here. My playbook has been, ripped through for about 15 years now. And I've got to this point where I know what's effective out there in the market. I know what drivers are looking for. And I think that from my perspective, I'm going to continue to run my plays. It might not be the most flashy out there, but I know that it's the most effective. And I feel like with technology, it's great. In our organization, we're going to automate everything we possibly can, but the carrier and the customer experience, right? Because as a broker myself, I view this as we're a hospitality company at the end of the day. We got to make sure our carriers are happy, and we got to make sure our customers are happy. And I have just found that a lot of people want to automate everything, but what you're doing is if your processes are bad, now you just have bad automated processes at the end of the day. So is technology really helping you at that point? So I feel like you got to, implement technology in due time, but you got to actually do the work for a while first to see what's effective and what's not. And then again, are you implementing a piece of technology that is going to be detrimental to your carriers, right? It makes it harder for them to work with you. And same thing with your customers, right? Are you implementing technology that's great for you as a broker, but is it making it harder for your customers to do business with you?
When it comes to technology, and technology obviously plays a part in what we're doing right now, for goodness sake, So everybody technology is embedded everywhere. Even if you think it's just me and the guy, now there's some technology there. Maybe there's a cell phone, But what I'm getting at is there's a term that I've really struggled to understand, and I really don't. But I wonder, does it play into anything that you've just described? And the term is blockchain. Blockchain was supposed to be an unbeatable source of honest brokerage, if you will. I don't mean in brokerage business, but in honest dealings with people. Do you incorporate blockchain, if not technology, ideology, if that even makes any sense?
No, yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? And I feel like with blockchain and what it is intended to do is kind of like tie that digital footprint to every single transaction that's out there and have a start and a finish and have a digital footprint with it. I think that methodology is very effective when deployed the right way. But again, I think like with where we are as a society, this isn't just a trucking thing. People think that they can just apply technology to their life and it's going to instantly make it better, which that's what it's intended for. Don't get me wrong, but like you need to know the fundamentals, the blocking and the tackling, if you will, of whatever you're trying to automate, and then you take it and run with it from there. And I think that people are trying to bite off way more than they can chew right away because, again, they think like it's that next thing that's going to fix their life. And I mean, don't get me wrong, AI and a lot of the tech that's out there is that next thing, but like you need to really attack it with a 101 level approach and then build up off of it from there.
We're going to run out of time here. I want people to go to thefreightcoach.com, and I want you to promise me that we're going to find a good 30 minutes for you to come on and kind of go through some of the stuff we've talked about with real hard examples of what we're talking about so that people don't turn into Guy Fieri, which, by the way, is, well, no, but I mean, it almost becomes a value lesson for exactly what you're talking about right now. You guys thought you were clever, and you had no personal relationships, and you went with the cheapest possible solution, and it ended up costing you a fortune. And that at the core is what it is. It's like, you're only going to save money by actually going with the tried and true and then figuring out ways to streamline it, not by chasing the next shiny object, correct?
No, that's it, right? And I can definitely go into, I have a lot of thoughts on that Guy Fieri situation, on again, back to the over complication that people are trying to make it out to be. I think people do not need to overlook the inside job aspect of some of these high value cargo heists and what an envelope of cash can do to somebody's life who's making $15 an hour on a loading dock.
Chris, we're going to have you back on sooner rather than later, give you a full 30 minutes to kind of unpack some of these ideas. Promise us you'll come back.
Absolutely.
Thefreightcoach.com is where you should go. Chris Jolly is the guy you will encounter there. Lots of good information, lots of good podcasts, lots of good episodes, as it were. Thank you, Chris. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back here on the other side, talk to somebody else. Nemo Nation's fast-paced content continues after this. That sounds like somebody is really navigating the messy middle rather well, doesn't it? I got that great making my way through the messy middle with grace and style. And that means who, Dave?
That means Mike Roth, of course, from the North American Council for Freight Efficiency, better known and better loved as NACFE. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it's good to be on.
Oh, it's great to have you
up here in Indiana.
Well, the messy middle run now is in the rearview mirrors, but now I guess in a sense the other real work begins. We've had the driving work and now the paperwork is being formulated. And one of the first reports coming out is from the diesel guys. The national and something that you put in the report here is very interesting. The national average mile per gallon is 6.91 miles per hour. And you may go back this far, but I certainly go back when 6 miles per gallon was nirvana. I mean, my God, nobody was doing that except a few people. And now it's the average, 6.9. Now, fleets in the most recent fleet fuel study have had an average of 7.7 miles per gallon. And there are drivers who are regularly doing better than that. And I think we know who some of those are. So all of that being said, the diesel fuel itself and the folks running diesel are really doing their jobs, I think.
Did we lose him?
Are you there, Mike?
There he is.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, a couple things. One thing that trucking's taught me is there's no average truck, there's no average fleet, there's no average route. So sharing an average doesn't seem right because, it just is what it is. But if you take how we get to that number is you take all of the gallons that's reported by all the fleets and the, fuel tax requirement of reporting, and you take all the miles of those, and you do second grade math, you come up with those numbers, and yeah, that national average, I'll put those in quotes, it laid in the 5.7, 5.8 for like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
All the way back to EGR, which took in 2002 caused us to have a decrease in fuel efficiency, but since then it's been a steady progression of improvement. And then that 6.9 really shocked us in the last study. And, it's been the last 3 years, and we quizzed a lot of people. We called so many people to say, okay, well, does this make sense that we've seen a dramatic increase in the fuel economy? And, yeah, we said we concluded it does. I mean, the long and talls are kind of gone, getting lots of miles. I mean, there's still a few out there, but you got that situation. Plus, this emissions hit was really in the aughts, and those trucks are now 20 years old. Time flies, guys. So those trucks aren't even out there hauling freight. So what we've had now what we have in the population of trucks that are out there hauling freight and getting the biggest of miles are, good fuel efficient trucks have just gotten better and better and better over the years. And so, yeah, that's really good news because we're hauling freight with less fuel, and that's a good thing.
And there are basically 3 takeaways from this portion of the study. And little things add up is pretty much maybe the overall gist of it.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, first of all, it starts with the truck itself, so speccing it for fuel economy. So, we say if you're going to do a lot of highway miles or even a fair amount of 2-lane state miles, you should adopt nearly all of the all of the aerodynamics that your truck builder is offering to you, even on the trailers too. So if you talk yourself out of something rather than talking yourself into something, whether it's skirts or whatever, and then powertrain technologies, anti-idling. Then the second thing that we talk about a lot is the things that you can adjust on the truck. So sometimes you can reprogram engine parameters to get better fuel economy, or dial in your cruise control and speed depending on how quickly you got to get the freight there. And then lastly, the third one is the drivers themselves. So just how are you maintaining good following distances? Just being gentle in your driving to avoid those breaks. Every time you slow down a truck, it takes fuel to get it back up to speed, and that's those 3 things. If you're paying attention to that, you can save a lot of money. And why not save money? Everybody's trying to make a buck.
Route planning was one of the things, too, that was mentioned in the article you put together. And do you remember this, or is it my imagination? I don't remember how long ago it was. But back when we were really trying to squeeze every drop out we could, it was critical. They were talking about, well, is it better to go a little bit longer distance on a concrete road or a shorter distance on an asphalt road to get better fuel economy? Do you remember when the actual surface of the road was? That was something that lasted about 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I there's all kinds of theories. There's also one that we've kind of proven out where if you've got moving traffic of trucks and cars and buses, it all creates a airflow, and that helps all trucks and all vehicles to get better fuel economy versus just one truck out there trying to drive by itself with no other vehicles around it. So there's a lot of things like that we probably don't understand really well, but just goes on in the real world.
Mike Roth has joined us this morning. We're always thrilled to have him. He's making his way through the messy middle. Actually, he's kind of navigating it quite well. As a matter of fact, we hear him out there on a regular basis. We're going to get him back on soon. He's the executive director over at NACFE. We want people to kind of go check them out over there as well, too. Mike, as always, it's good to have you on Nemo Nation, and we'll get a longer form conversation going with you as we kind of come to some conclusions. Thank you, sir.
Have a great week, guys.
You too as well.
Thank you, Mike.
Nice way to start it. We'll get some music going on here. Now a long-form conversation. We have short-form conversations, and then we bring people back. Andy Polikoff and Jeff Burkhart are going to be joining us, by the way. This is important stuff we're going to be talking about. They're at the cutting edge of what needs to happen next to ensure safer drivers make their way on the road, and Dave and I will be talking about that on Nemo Nation.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Really quickly, by the way, Dave is going to be appearing on Mike Roth's podcast a little bit. He's actually recording it tomorrow, and we'll have the details for you tomorrow as well. And in the last half hour, we'll tell you where you can check out Mike's podcast. Hope you guys can find your way over. He does a pretty terrific job, as you know. Does a terrific job here on Nemo Nation, and we're always thrilled to have him. This is the continuation, by the way, of a conversation we only had 15 minutes for. We're giving it the last, what I call, conversational half hour before we get to the post trip in the last hour of the show. This is part of an urgent action call against fraudulent and non-compliant training providers that undermine public safety and exploit students. The folks we're talking to today are the exact opposite of that. They are kind of leading the charge to make sure that both the people who are hiring people, but more importantly, the human beings who are going into classrooms aren't being taken advantage of. And before we get to any of that, I'm going to let Dave do the introductions.
Thank you very much, Jimmy Mack. And it's great to have them back, too. And they were here just last week. Andy Polikoff, the executive director of CVTA, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, and Jeff Burkhart. He is the CVTA chairman, and he is also the senior director of operations at
Commercial Driver Training for Ancora.
Commercial Driver Training at Ancora Training. And Andy, good morning.
Good morning to you. Appreciate y'all having us on.
Yeah.
And Jeff, good morning to you too, and it's good to have you back.
It's my pleasure. Good to be back with friends. Thank you.
Well, you know, it still says you are the new CVTA chairman. I'd hang on to that new as long as I can. You know what I'm saying? Because you can always say, well, I'm new. I really don't know that much yet. I've been using that for years. But good morning.
Well, I don't have quite your tenure, Dave, but yeah, it's a pleasure serving this association in that capacity. It's just a fantastic group in general, and I love your intro as far as what we are all about in terms of advocating for safety and whether it's a regulatory scope or whatever the case may be. So I really appreciate this opportunity.
Andy, let's I'm going to kind of put this into perspective. You come to us, this conversation is happening at both a moment of maximum crisis, but also maximum opportunity. And I wanted to frame it that way because, a lot of times cometh the moment and people fail. You guys are actually uniquely positioned. You've had a plan for a while. You've had ideas for a while. You guys have been talking this stuff and brainstorming this stuff. So it isn't like, well, we don't have a plan. You guys are ready for this moment, are you not?
Yeah, that's a great. I love your positive take on that. Maximum, crisis, but maximum opportunity. That's just the sort of sentiment, Jimmy, we need on a Monday morning to get things rolling for everybody. But yeah, we have been shouting about this at CVTA and thinking strategically about how to fix it for quite some time, a number of years, frankly. And yeah, it seems that the sort of the national microphone is aimed, is finally in front of us as we do that shouting and strategic talking. But, I think everyone became acquainted with really the really tragic and problematic nature of this when folks, became aware of this crash in Florida in August. I will give folks a quick update that even this past weekend, you may have seen there was another individual, non-English speaker that caused a wreck in Indiana, and they were from Illinois. And so this is something that just keeps being on the national radar. But we've been focused on this for some time. I think the maximum opportunity component comes from the fact that, thank goodness and understandably, the U.S. Department of Transportation and the FMCSA are really, because of the spotlight that has been cast on this, really animated to continue enforcement. We've seen that take shape in a number of different ways. But we are offering strategic advice to those to FMCSA and USDOT, and we're very thankful that we may be able to advance some greater enforcement actions.
We had last week when you guys were on
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, sorry about that. Time does fly. We learned about the TPR, the Training Provider Registry, and I kind of compare. I didn't even know there was one, and but I knew about the NRCME, the National Registry of Certified Medical Examiners, because that was just bandied about several years ago. It was a big thing, and it's kind of like the same thing. So we had a system to forestall all of the problems that you guys are trying to fix already in place, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and that's something that, CVTA has advocated for well over a decade, and many organizations came together to create this entry-level driver training final rule, which,
right.
Was passed in 2016, and then finally became enforceable federal law in 2022. But so it creates this training provider registry where anyone that's going to provide the training, whether they're a municipality, an employer, a motor carrier, or a school that trains people from the public, has to be on this registry. But the problem is that that registry only really requires self-certification, right? You just sort of, raise your hand and say, yeah, we're licensed, we're doing this training the right way, which has caused a great need for enforcement. Now, the states pay a lot of attention to this on their own already. And so the states have been alerting to the FMCSA to the fact that there are unlicensed providers or providers who are up to no good in their states. But what we're finding is that the FMCSA has been horrendously slow in removing or analyzing, in removing those entities from the TPR. And so that's why we see that only 94 according to the FMCSA's own figures, only 94 have been removed since they began enforcing this in 2022. And that's with thousands and thousands. I mean, first of all, there's tens of thousands of entities on the registry, and there's thousands more that are, quote, under review, having received a notice of proposed removal, but there are only 94 that have been removed. And so when you see, this whole sort of maelstrom of non-domiciled, licenses or, folks lacking in English language proficiency, these are all, especially the English language proficiency, is all part of this, sort of landscape of bad actors in the training space and taking advantage of the system.
Because they can take advantage of the system because the system has enough holes in it to drive a fleet of trucks through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeff, I wanted to kind of throw this to you as well, too, because, in September, you guys basically, CVTA, a lot of folks just basically said, come on, what is going on here? And the problem is it's not only the holes, it's the slowness of the enforcement. I mean, everybody's in favor of due process when it comes to being charged with a crime. But we're not talking about being charged with a crime. We're just talking about getting bad actors out of a system here. In regards to how this plays out, what would you like to see in regards to how this is dealt with? I mean, faster, of course, is the simplest answer. But how do we go about doing this in a way that really lets people know there's a new marshal in town, especially with Derek Barrs being onboarded? How do we go about the business of really making sure this is one of those moments that has to happen quickly? I mean, they're pulling people off the road. That's the absolute truth. But when Andy came on the show before, Jeff, we talked about the idea that this will go on as long as it's targeting drivers and not the providers. And I'm calling them providers of CDLs because they're not basically letting people earn them. They're handing them out and putting them out there on the road. How do we deal with this?
Yeah, great question. And the confirmation of Derek Barrs was actually, incidentally, one of the handful of things that the CVTA was pushing. So we're very confident that's going to be very fruitful for him and for the sector. But there are levers to pull for immediate enforcement. And just one example, and this is just a microcosm, but many states, whether it be the Department of Education or whether it be the DMV, they already regulate CDL training providers. They have the curriculum content requirements, they have instructor requirements, just training program requirements, just as an example. So they do the in-state certifications. A quick cross-reference. In other words, if you are a provider, and I love the fact that you use the term provider and not school, because I do take umbrage with some of these actors portraying themselves as schools. But if you are listed on the training provider registry, open to the public for enrollment, then by virtue of that, you should also meet the requirements of your given state. And that is already explicitly noted in the training provider registry before any applicant wishes to be added to the training provider registry. In other words, you're already self-certifying, self-attesting to. But unfortunately, these bad actors, they don't care, as any criminal does not care about regulations by virtue of being, defining it as a criminal. I mean, there are people that are clicking through the I attest to check boxes with no more thought than what you do whenever you download a new app. Yeah, I'm aware of the penalties. I'm aware, and then they click through, and then they go about their way as far as, trying to make their business. And unfortunately, one of the byproducts of that, other than what we have just mentioned, is that as a result of the training provider registry being implemented, over 2.5 years ago, going on 3, is that all of a sudden, going on 4, is that now there are other organizations that are utilizing the TPR as the litmus test. Whereas before the TPR, they may have done their own due diligence with either the state certification or validating on their own. Now they're simply literally asking the question of, are you listed on the TPR? The answer comes back yes, and then they take it at face value. That whenever I say they, it could be an employer that is sponsoring an employee to go to a school. It could be a workforce development board that is looking for training providers to supply CDL training for individual clients of theirs. So not only is the TPR environment no longer sterile, and it hasn't been for quite a while, to exacerbate the problem is that now it is also becoming the de facto litmus test on whether a provider is legitimately meeting the requirements of the TPR.
I'm kind of staggered here, and I want to make sure our listeners understand what what Jeff has said here, because man, it's just Jeff, I'm gonna repeat back to you in kind of kernelized form what you've just told me, and tell me if I got it right. In the past, a lot of organizations would have done actual diligence, meaning they would have looked up a series of different sources to make sure that the person who they were onboarding or the person who they were looking at had in fact been treated, had gone through the proper motions to get to that point. Because of the creation of this institution, because of this situation, they're simply looking at one thing. That thing is not up to speed, and yet they assume that it is, which means rather than fix the problem, it's accelerated the problem. How am I doing?
You're doing great. That's exactly it. And that's what I mean by it exacerbates the problem. You cannot, by definition, you cannot rely on a faulty source for legitimacy. And now that the TPR has been inundated with a proliferation of bad actors, that no longer can be the source. It never should have been. That is a given because of the state requirements, et cetera. However, once it is implemented, it becomes a very simple reference point for folks, and anybody can click away at the TPR and see what providers are on there, and then they can make their decisions from there. And whenever you can't discern between the bad actors and the good actors, and you just say, well, they're on the TPR, so they must be okay, right? Well, the answer is no, not entirely. And that is why the enforcement of the TPR is essential. And as far as like the immediate actions, there have been plenty of discussions as far as, okay, do we audit the TPR providers? Do we do this? How do we do things on the back end? Well, we have to understand that these are providers that are already there. So you can't just necessarily go in a unilateral direction. Put it this way, if your house is flooding, I don't think any reasonable person, the first thing they're going to do is like, well, how am I going to pay for the repairs? Should I call a plumber? What do I do? No, the very first thing you do is you're going to cut the main. You're going to cut it off at the head before you get any other, in this analogy, before your house starts flooding, you're going to cut the water main first, and then you're going to deal with the rest. Well, the CVTA has implored for the same in regards to the FMCSA and how they operate the TPR. Let's cut it off at the front end first, while simultaneously working on policing and enforcing the existing regulations with emphasis on existing regulations for those that are currently on the TPR.
And
go ahead, Andy. Go ahead.
Well, and I'll add that that's really, we have, I think, been pleased to see that that USDOT and FMCSA have taken, the urgent action, in this other area of the sector in terms of an interim final rule. I think this is right for, an urgent interim final rule that was, that's enforceable immediately, or an executive order that put that in motion from even the Trump administration. Look, let's get to cut the water main, is to follow Jeff's analogy. Let's, require mandatory re-registration of these entities to train the public. Let's require expedited removal of bad actors. Let's allow states, as we've discussed, let's allow these states to remove bad actors from the TPR. All these things could be done. I mean, people have even talked about, requiring a surety bond for becoming a trainee provider. That's something that's already required in the freight broker space. Many states already require that to be a third-party tester. There are tools in FMCSA's toolbox, and we're keen to ask them to use that. We're also appreciative of the fact, in a fairly recent past, the Secretary, the USDOT has become more interested in this. So we believe there's, Jimmy, you talk about maximum crisis and maximum opportunity. We believe that USDOT and FMCSA are going to be working to make this better, but we really need urgency. We have tools that create urgency. We've seen that USDOT is not scared to use those urgency mechanisms, and we want to see those used now.
Guys, it seems to me almost a dereliction of duty that the FMCSA allows, say, for ELDs, self-certification. And every other week we get 2 or 3 that are knocked off the list, but somebody has to bring up a problem for that to happen. It was a bad unit before it got knocked off the list, if you know what I'm saying. It was on the list. Why was it on the list? Now we have the same thing with the TPR. Is the problem, I mean, what is the basic core root problem? Is the basic core root problem that FMCSA doesn't really care? And the reason I say that is, do you remember when, speed limiters was the big thing for a while, and FMCSA put out a proposed rule that said, well, pick a speed, 60, 65, 68, whatever you think, come back with that number and then we'll work on it. They didn't want to fool with it, evidently. Are they too small, and are they underfunded to handle something this big and this complicated and deal with 50 states all at the same time?
And answer in a way that doesn't piss them off.
Jeff, why don't you
you're
take
right.
this
Yeah. Is that an unfair question? I
Asking
mean,
whether
if it is,
they're-
just say
whether
so.
They
but
are
it's-
derelict
Yeah.
in their lack of efforts. I think is it's a reasonable question. Now, to be fair, they absolutely do care and they absolutely are concerned. However, those two terms are relative. It's what do you do with that? We have positioned several different items that they could immediately put in place. A lot of these were just already discussed today and a couple of weeks ago. Now, whether the bureaucratic machine bogs things down, yes, you make a great point there in respect to the rights and authorities of 50 states in one district in terms of how they conduct the business and whatnot. And that's why we've tried to, in our view, simplify things with some real common sense approaches, utilize the existing regulations on the books, rely on your state partners who, again, already certify, a majority of them already certify in one shape or form the CDL training providers within their states. So lean on them, true collaborative effort, and then you go from there. Now, in terms of the efficacy and the efforts put forward so far, I'll be quite frank with you. We believe it is entirely too slow. Only having 94 providers removed over the course of going on 4 years is woefully inadequate. We don't need these disasters to happen, these tragedies. I'm not going to say, and Andy certainly would not either, is that we told you so. But to be an intellectually honest argument, you can definitely correlate the lack of enforcement at so many different levels, and I'm speaking specifically to this Florida tragedy, but that incident can be replicated elsewhere. It just hasn't happened yet, or it just hasn't been brought to the forefront yet, and it's such a magnitude in terms of that accident goes. But it's guaranteed these things are being conducted every day. Violations, the allowance to let them go, to not enforce everything that are still on the books. There are bad actors on there now, hundreds of them. There were yesterday and there will be tomorrow, unless they take some legitimate, quick-acting authorities, whether it be through an executive order, whether it be through Secretary Duffy just immediately doing the mandate. We saw how things made news very quickly this year, right? President Trump's executive order in terms of English language proficiency. A few weeks ago, when Secretary Duffy announced that non-domiciled individuals, they would no longer, they would lose their privileges or not gain them in terms of commercial driving. These things can happen very quickly. It's just a matter of who's going to do it and when.
I'm going to see if I can pull this together in a way that, Andy, tell me if I get this right. The ultimate goal here is to actually move quickly to slow things down. And I don't mean that, I mean that in a positive way. In the same way that there are many people who believe the best immigration policy is a big door with strong border. Big door, strong walls. In that, if we want to get the most efficient and safest workforce out there, we can go back to Jeff's analogy of cut the water main off, stop this unstopped flow of water into the system. Cut off the main and then go back and fix the problem by setting up a situation that allows a lot of safeguards and a lot of switches that prevent flooding the system, as it were, with unqualified drivers. So the idea is to act quickly to stop the flow and then create a system that slows down the flow and allows people who are doing the proper levels of training to engage in that and prevent this sort of churn and burn sort of CDL mills from ever catching any speed at all whatsoever. So basically what we're talking about here is cutting it off, going back, tossing everybody out who doesn't live up to the process because they're not being charged with a crime, they're not entitled to due process. Toss everybody off, start again with the people who are ready to go, and then slowly rebuild the American trucking industry's workforce by using, CVTA and our friends at the National Association of Public Funded Truck Driving Schools and people who actually are playing by the rules, but to honor them by cutting the pipeline off and the rest of those folks. Sorry to talk in big picture, but that's really kind of the goal here. Have I got that right, Andy?
Absolutely. And look, we know that at times the FMCSA has been keen to, review and make sure that folks are licensed properly, that they, have their T's crossed and their I's dotted. They've done some of that, but they just haven't done it on a scale that we would say is even approaching, what's required, right? So if you could do it state by state, you could do a re-registration of all of these public the entities that train the public. That would be stopping the flow of bad actors into the space by making them re-register. Also, giving states the ability to remove bad actors from the TPR would go a long way. You mentioned the not having been charged with the crime concept, right? You don't have a right to be on the TPR, right? This is not you've been charged with a crime and your civil liberties are being threatened, and we have to have, duplicative.
You don't meet the standard. You don't meet the standard. You don't get to be on the list. It's like you don't hit the checklist, so you can't be on the list. Nobody's telling you your civil rights are being violated here. You don't have a right to hand out CDLs to anybody that shows up. Sorry, I get pissed off about this too. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, absolutely, and I don't want to rally you up there, Jimmy, but I'll tell you, given the conversations that we have with some of the states that are dealing with this stuff, what they tell us would absolutely curl your hair, because we find instances where states have reported to the FMCSA that we as this particular state have we're in litigation with this bad actor. We've ordered them to cease and desist. We've determined that they're up to no good in our state and in other states, and FMCSA almost begins to act as a de facto defense counsel for those bad actors. And it's really surprising and strange, and we need the USDOT and the new leadership at FMCSA to really come in and just create a new system. Again, we know that the people at the FMCSA care about this, but they do. We've worked with them for years. A lot of respect for a lot of the things that they've done to advance this issue. We consider them partners, but we really need a comprehensive reanalysis and an urgency to be put in place by the new leadership at FMCSA and by the secretary.
Yeah, and by the way, you don't worry, you're not going to fire me up too much more, because anytime Matt Beach calls, I have one of two things I know is coming: either a complaint about the quality of Tennessee football or what the hell is going on in the training sector. It's like a consistent, Matt Beach is calling, it must be about Tennessee won, so it's got to be about something going on in the training sector. When it's Tennessee lost, I know what's coming. Yeah, I totally understand. And it's an ongoing sense of frustration, because it's not the easiest fix in the world, but it is a simple one. It's just simply, let's get down to the business of getting these bad actors out of the system. And the combination of that and some of the other, and you guys have really been pitching this, Jeff, as kind of like an overall, this would like complete the effort they're trying to make to get bad actors off the road. Let's go right to the head of the hydra, right? I mean, this is really putting a flame at the head of the hydra, since we're playing Analogy Day today, right?
It's Analogy Day, and Andy, not a bad reference whenever you talk about curling hair, if you're talking to Jimmy, by the way. But absolutely, it is all related. We quickly identified that there was a proliferation. We're not talking about this as like brand new. And, February 7th, 2022, it didn't take long after that, whenever there were hundreds of providers being registered on the TPR. There was an immediate problem. And you know what? I just if these folks, heck, if they were surgeons or pilots, that's a perfectly good analogy.
Yep.
If it was determined in some fashion that they were not credentialed correctly, whether it's just outright false training or whatever the case may be, similar realm with what we're speaking to now, there would be an immediate cease of activity. And that's the CVTA and us, good actors in this space in terms of training providers. We police ourselves obviously from the beginning, but we are that passionate that these folks should immediately be removed from becoming hazards, active hazards, to the public space. They're out there on our roads, thousands and thousands of drivers, obviously out there earning their keep, hundreds of thousands. They're doing it right. But as we've seen from tragedies lately, it doesn't take much at all. And for one accident at that level is just one too many. And what they've uncovered as what possibly led to that, and there's a direct correlation of lack of enforcement to what happened, that is a tragedy, and that should get everybody's attention. And it has. It just needs to be like, where do you go from here? Being aware of it is one thing, but that is of little value unless it moves you into actions.
Andy Polikoff and Jeff Burkhardt have joined us this morning. That is the executive director of the CVTA and the new CVTA chairman. We're going to keep on using that new to keep you, immunized against any sort of attacks. He's also the senior director of operations of commercial driver training at Ancora Training. Both are friends of the show, and both are actual friends. It's good to have you back on. I told you, Andy, we'd get you a full throttle opportunity to kind of talk about this in detail. Thank you for making the time, both of you.
Thank you all so much.
You got it,
Our
bro.
pleasure. Thank you all.
You got it, guys. We'll be seeing them sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Looking forward to this conversation next, aren't we?
We are indeed.
The St. Christopher Fund is coming up here, by the way.
You know what? I can't believe it's this late already, but Lindsey Bryant is going to be joining us about a new program.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. We've reached the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
That I can do in this final hour of good old Nemo Nation. Jimmy, Mac, Dave, Nemo, good morning yet again.
Good morning, Phone Master Dre. And Dave, in the last half hour, the phone lines are going to open up. We hope you guys will give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, live from Fastport Studios.
Yeah, and by the way, we're also going to talk about Dave's upcoming appearance on Mike Grove's podcast. We're also going to talk about the next episode of Nemo's Night Beat. All of that stuff is yet to unpack, a lot of groovy stuff. Frankenstein, from what I understand, is coming, is he not? Yeah, Dave's got a Frankenstein show coming your way, which, by the way, our next guest is going to absolutely love. Loves all this kind of stuff, by the way. Lindsay Bryan, would you care to do the honors and introduce
Lindsay
her?
Bryan is our dear friend from St. Christopher. She is the Health and Wellness Manager. And she also found her passion in health coaching while on her own health journey. And she knows everything from the inside out, from the here and the there. And Lindsay, it's always great to have you. It's been a long time, though. Good morning and welcome back.
Mad scientist.
It has been a while. Thank you so much for having us again.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We always include St. Christopher in everything we do around here, that's for sure. You guys have something very cool. We are gearing up for American Diabetes Month next month. We're going to talk about that, of course. And there's a new program that you are introducing to drivers. You're going to give us all of the information, everything the drivers need to know. So pay attention to the details here, because it's another great program to help drivers handle especially type 2 diabetes. But this morning, we're going to talk about a third type of diabetes. And Lindsay, I thought maybe before we got started on the nuts and bolts of what St. Christopher is doing with the new program, we might just talk about what diabetes is, because we hear this all the time. We think we know what it is, and then we say, well, there are 2 types of diabetes. Yeah, well, no, there are 3 types. And then there's a 4th issue that we're going to actually talk about today, and that is pre-diabetes, and that is nipping it in the bud, catching it before it gets out and gets out of control. So a very important topic here this morning. So, Lindsay, if you don't mind, for those who know and for those who don't, what is type 1 diabetes? So we can kind of get our game players all lined up here. Type 1 diabetes.
Yeah, so type 1 diabetes is actually an autoimmune disease, and it's where the immune system starts attacking cells that produce insulin. And so for that reason, it's a little bit more tricky to manage. We can't always catch it early with the lifestyle changes that we're about to talk about here in a few minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, that's something that a lot of people, like I said, that has nothing to do with behavior a lot of the time. That is just simply not ever. I mean, that is just something that people start with, and that's something that has to be managed in a very, very different way than the rest of the stuff we're talking about. Correct? I just want to make sure I'm totally clear on this.
That's exactly right. You are exactly right about that. Sometimes it can be genetic. We have also seen a recent uptick in young children, which we think is like a post-viral complication from COVID, believe it or not. So it's definitely not a series of habits, essentially, that leads to it. It is just truly the immune system getting a little defunct, if you will.
I wanted to follow up with one more thing, and it's kind of an interesting one, too. I don't know if you know this, but in 1966, Notre Dame actually had a 2-quarterback system because the guy who should have started was born with diabetes and couldn't always be on the field. The New Orleans Saints had a starting quarterback, Wade Wilson, who was a sufferer from birth of diabetes. And a lot of people, and this is a genuine question, a lot of people who successfully live long and productive lives with type 1 diabetes often can be great examples to anyone with diabetes for how you have to manage your life in regards to discipline and how you approach living your life. Many of them who live long lives, like Wade Wilson, because of his athletic prowess and all that stuff, are people who have really committed to a healthy lifestyle. Do they provide any insight for those who have kind of walked their way into diabetes? Am I making sense?
Yes, and you're right. You're on the right track there. They very much can be managed through changes in lifestyle, meaning if we are mindful about what we're eating, particularly the amount of carbs that is going into each meal, if we are intentional about our activity, and even sometimes getting a little bit meticulous about when we're exercising, not just exercise in general, but can we do a little bit of a walk, say 15 minutes before we eat? If we can get a little bit meticulous with things, we stand the best chance of managing it. And here's just another little fun fact when we talk about type 2 diabetes in a moment. We actually are now recognizing a diagnostic code of type 2 diabetes in remission, which means that we're recognizing now that it can be reversed if we do all the things right, which is a very cool thing to think about.
It really is. And by the way, as somebody who has a father who has seen a lot of his diabetes diagnosis change in the process of losing 60 pounds, even at a late age, it's never too late to start this stuff, is it?
That's exactly right. It's never too late. Today is the best day. If not yesterday, then we start today, right? And you're right. It's never too late.
My father died at 30 years old when I was like 5 years old. He had type 1 diabetes, but at that time, back in the late 40s, early 50s, it was called juvenile. It was actually called juvenile diabetes. If you said, well, what do you have? I have juvenile diabetes. So that is the one where you need to take insulin shots themselves. Type 2 diabetes is all over television. There are so many medications for it now. There's so much talk about it in terms of how big it is, in terms of how many people have it, and how it is
It's
growing.
the United States. The problem is we could actually become the United States of diabetes.
Yeah.
There's a dangerous place we are approaching because, what is it, 1 in 3 adults right now have pre-diabetes? It's extraordinary, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. 1 in 3. And what's even a little bit scarier than that is that 8 in 10 don't even know that they are pre-diabetic. So it is a very silent epidemic that's creeping in, and many people don't know because there are oftentimes not early warning signs until that disease has progressed over a period of time.
So let's talk about what the second type of diabetes is. You've done a masterful job, I think, at kind of laying out what used to be called juvenile diabetes type 1. Can you kind of lay out the diabetes that so many Americans are at risk from right now?
Yeah, so type 2 diabetes is categorized as a metabolic disorder. So it's functioning very differently. And what can make it a little bit complicated is that there can be multiple dysfunctions within the body. It could be that the body isn't able to make enough insulin. I describe it as our endocrine system gets a little bit lazy. It tends to be a very lazy system in our body. So sometimes it's just, we're done with this. We don't want to keep having to work so hard. But sometimes it's actually a dysfunction of our body being able to use the insulin that is being produced. So it can be multiple things that are happening, but ultimately they end up affecting the body the same. And that is that blood sugar continues to rise, potentially to a very dangerous level where we're creating all sorts of other diseases within the body.
And when blood sugar rises too like that, if I'm not mistaken, Lindsay, you're causing it. It's not. If it's a temporary rise, you can bring it down. You can keep it down, but it does some damage, and lasting damage.
It does.
Each time
It
rises
absolutely
too high.
does.
Yeah.
It is creating inflammation all over the body, and probably the most common long-term issue ends up being with our kidneys. Our kidneys have to work really hard to try to get that excess sugar out of our system. And it can do that occasionally when it needs to, right? If we enjoy a treat and we have not had high blood sugar previously, it can do that. It's designed to do that. And that's why we've got 2 of them, right? We've got 2 kidneys. However, when we are repeatedly putting it through that battery of having to try to eliminate all this excess sugar, it puts a lot of strain on them. And so many times, along with type 2 diabetes comes chronic kidney disease, which is also a silent killer.
It's interesting too because diabetes feels like so much of what cascading bad health outcomes for Americans. If in fact we would look at it as kind of a domino, diabetes or at least pre-diabetes. Pre-diabetes is the finger right in front of the first domino, and diabetes is actually when the finger touches that domino, then we're off to the races. And the longer those dominoes fall, the harder it gets to stop what's going to happen next. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair assessment. You're absolutely right, because we talk about the kidneys, but also it can be our eyes and our circulation and our nerves and so many other things. And on the beneficiary side of our organization, we oftentimes see really tragic amputations that didn't have to happen.
Oh my God. I'm going to say this really quickly, guys. I had a friend of mine, rode her bike everywhere, was in very, very nice shape. She had a love of sugar that went beyond all human reason. It was an addiction, and she wouldn't stop eating sugar like crazy. This is a woman in shape, rode her bike everywhere, had a stroke, recovered from the stroke, all the mental faculties, woke up missing 2 toes.
Wow.
And had to change the way she rode her beloved bike from that point on because of the balance issues that go into that. And this was somebody who actually was bike riding every day. There are a lot of threats that can kind of cause this. And because of that in mind, and because of what the St. Christopher Fund does, we've gone for a long walk here. I want to make sure we get that final type of diabetes, Dave. Did we cover that one?
Well, there's a third diabetes, and John Hopkins tells us that it doesn't have a number. So we have 1 and 2. And then we have gestational diabetes. It basically is something that happens during pregnancy. It's kind of a mystery. It's not a lack of insulin, but other hormones that are produced during pregnancy make the insulin less effective, and it generally goes away after the baby is delivered.
Is that how you understand it, since Dave unpacked it?
That's perfect. That's perfect. The only thing I would add to that is that it can put somebody at higher risk for developing type 2 diabetes.
Okay.
So even though it functions very differently and it has to do with hormones and it's just kind of one of these unique pregnancy challenges, it does set people up for higher risk for type 2 diabetes later on.
Now, when we talk about age, and of course, one of the things that we've been promoting and we're going to be taking part of course, again this year is Project 61 Day Challenge, which begins on November 1st, which also begins National Diabetes Month. Coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. But at any rate, one of the things we take a look at is age. And when you see the number, if you're age 45 or over, you need to do this and this and this. In case of prediabetes, if you are under 45, you should start getting tested for prediabetes because children are getting it now.
Yes, we're seeing it younger and younger. And it, like I said, it truly is a very silent epidemic that is running wild right now. And so generally, if we are going in for an annual physical, our doctor is going to run some lab work, which is going to give us a pretty good idea of what that blood sugar looks like. But we know not everybody's making it in for annual physicals. And so this is one that's actually really important because it can slip in very silently without any symptoms early on. And then suddenly something happens and, hey, surprise, we may have full-blown diabetes by that point. So we want to try to catch it early. But John Hopkins does recommend if there are any kind of risk factors. So if we have a BMI over 25, if there's a family history of diabetes, if we are sedentary, and so unfortunately many of our truck drivers fall into this category just by nature of the profession, but also even taking certain medications, so like diuretics and steroids, anybody falling into that category should also be getting checked early and often.
Let's talk a little bit about you before we actually get to Habit New, because we have a little bit of time here. Let's talk about you for a second here. You actually practice what you preach, because Dave and I actually are both, and Phone Master Dre, we're all people actually put our money where our mouth is. Dave is an avid gym goer, really watches his salt, really watches his sugar. Dre has a lot of great diet tips for people out there, maintains his shape, and somehow, some way, I managed to put in anywhere from 10 to 14,000 steps a day. You actually have your own journey, so when you speak to people about this, you actually speak from a place of experience. I want to establish your bona fides here for our friends as well, too, so they know they're talking to somebody who has created solutions for themselves. Tell us a bit about yourself, Lindsay.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I started having some kind of unique autoimmune problems from a very young age. I was diagnosed with Kawasaki's disease when I was 4, and that's an autoimmune disorder that attacks your blood vessels and also your heart if it's not caught early enough. And so, unfortunately, as autoimmune disorders tend to go, they travel in groups. So when you end up with one, oftentimes you end up with another one along the way. And I've actually picked up several over the years. And so I've also got Sjogren's, which is very similar to lupus.
That's the worst. That is the worst. I'm so sorry. I'm glad you're managing that, because it can be really painful. Oh, good for you.
It absolutely can. But you know what? The thing is that I'm practicing what I preach. There was a point when it was not well managed. This was, in my early teens, when of course I thought I was invincible and I could eat anything and do anything. And I learned very quickly that no, you actually have to take care of your body, because this is the only one that you get long term. And so through healthy eating and consistent exercise and managing stress and getting enough sleep and all the things that we talk about in all of our groups, I actually live a very productive, successful, good quality of life now. And so it does require some immune suppressants along with that. You guys will hear me preaching vaccinations for those of us who are high risk and things like that, but it is doable.
And by the way, you don't have to give up your love of baking, provided you also adopt a love of gardening and hiking as well too. Which, by the way, puts you in really good stead with our family, because man, the gardeners on the Dave side of the family and the hikers on my side of the family, we love you. You can do either thing for fun with us. And by the way, Dre and I were talking about this. Gardening done properly is an incredible form of exercise, isn't it?
It is, very much so. My garden is actually terraced on a very steep hill. And so I jokingly say I get my share of exercise just in going up and down that hill and dragging stuff out there, bags of dirt and whatnot. But it's a great source of movement. And I really believe with activity, any kind of exercise that we're doing intentionally, there has to be two rules to go along with it. One, it has to be enjoyable. And two, it has to be sustainable. So if our goal is to go run a marathon every day, well, is that sustainable long term? Probably not, even if we really love running.
I mean,
right?
if you did it every day for the rest of your life, you could do it every day for the rest of your life, because the rest of your life wouldn't be very long. I mean, it's that simple.
Right, probably not. So we've got to check those two boxes: make it enjoyable, make it sustainable. And for me, gardening is one of those things where I could do it year round, even. Here in the Knoxville area, we have that good weather, so we've got a longer gardening season. And also, I keep a greenhouse going, so I can go all the way through the winter time and keep that activity going.
Okay, so I'm going to set this up really quickly, and then you and Dave are going to probably dive in the deep end. Truckersfund.org, you have a brand new program. A new program. You want to tell us about that?
Absolutely. I'm really excited about this program. We have partnered up with an organization called Habit New. And Habit New is a CDC recognized diabetes prevention program provider. And that is all just fancy words to say they provide an umbrella program that allows small organizations like ours to better provide the diabetes prevention program to participants. So they have an incredible app that includes everything all together. They've got all sorts of tools, but they have even gone a step further for us and built in some additional things that are tailored specifically to truck drivers. They have got exercises that can be done in the truck. They have got recipes that can be made on the truck. They've got all sorts of really cool things. They've also turned some of our education modules into podcasts to make them more accessible for drivers. So it's a really cool program for that reason, but also we are getting even more tailored to over-the-road drivers.
That is remarkable that they are doing that. Do you know why Habit New would, did you guys have a lot to do with the trucker aspect of this?
We did. We started conversations probably about a year ago. This has been building for some time. Us working on getting this done right is what I say.
Mm-hmm.
I love the diabetes prevention program. Specifically, the T2 curriculum is what I like to use. But I will say some of those education modules are very frustrating because they will say things like, walk around your office when you have a chance. And, when you go to your kids' sporting events, do some laps around the field. Well, over-the-road truck drivers are not able to get up and walk around the office. And many times they're missing those day-to-day things at home where they might be able to get activity, right? That'd be easy if they could do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're frustrating to me. They're frustrating to the drivers, understandably. And so we needed something that specifically was there for them. And of course, in all of our classes, we try to tailor things to this population anyway, but it has just been an incredible support system to have it new behind us. And when I say, hey, this isn't going to work for this population, they say, okay, well, what do we need to do? How do we make it work? And that's been a great support system. So it's tailored specifically to them. It's also free specifically for them because we want to make sure that we are helping to support them in preventing diabetes long term, and we want to make it as easy as possible to do that.
Lindsay, by the way, my friend who, after she lost her two toes, did turn her life around really successfully, got into a couple of programs like this. Do you know what she says what the definition of free is? Shut the hell up and do the damn thing. Somebody's giving you an opportunity to save your life and not charging you for it. That's what free means, right?
That is exactly what we're aiming for here, except I want them to speak up. At the end of all my classes, I say comments, questions, points of rebuttal. I will take it all on because we're all here to learn. And so I want it to be just a great resource for them and a place where they can have fun and connect with other drivers too while they're learning. We don't want it to be bland and boring. We're not aiming for that.
If you're just joining us, Lindsay Bryant is with us. She is the St. Christopher Fund Health and Wellness Manager. If you didn't hear the last 20 minutes or so, then catch it when Tara puts it up
on the Tube Review and everywhere you get your podcast.
Because you'll want to hear that information. But this is where we're really going to get into specifics for the drivers out there, because Habit New is not a free program. It's free for you if you qualify. So tell us what the eligibility is. And wow, this is better than awesome, because free programs are cool. This is not a free program that becomes free for some of our listeners out there.
Fire away.
Yes, that's exactly it. So it is free for Class A over-the-road truck drivers, which is true for all of our programs. The other criteria that they have to be able to meet, and this is real particular, they have to have a BMI of 25 or above, which means they would be falling into the overweight category or above. And so that's essentially building up our potential risk factors for type 2 diabetes. The other thing is that we have to have some lab work that indicates they are already pre-diabetic. So that could be a fasting glucose between 100 and 125, or we could also accept an A1C between 5.7 and 6.4. So I know those are real specific, but we're looking for BMI of 25 or above, already considered pre-diabetic, and Class A over-the-road truck driver.
Really quickly, though, this is what's upsetting, by the way. You might not think you're qualified, guys. You might be. Because BMI, by the way, I'm not the craziest about the number, but it is. I think it's actually the best number to use, because it actually gives a lot of people an opportunity to be part of this study. Because in many ways, like I said, they're people who are in the shape of their lives, who have high BMIs, but they have massive muscle mass on them. That's a different thing entirely. I will not be surprised if a lot of people don't qualify for this. A lot of the over-road drivers. I wish they wouldn't, but I have a feeling they will. Is that fair?
That is fair. And based on what we know about those who have not yet been diagnosed, there's probably a lot more out there that qualify than we even realize. And they probably don't realize either. So it's good to get that lab work checked for that reason. But ultimately, we want to catch it here when we're in the pre-diabetic phase, because it's much easier to reverse and prevent type 2 diabetes if we're catching it early, when there's already some early signs, but we're not full-blown type 2 diabetes.
Okay, now, I know how people are, because I am one of them. So when you can kind of fudge that thing like Jim just did on the BMI, which is perfectly legitimate. Yeah. Right. But you can't fudge the A1C numbers or your fasting glucose numbers. So if you're a big muscular guy and you're saying, oh, my BMI, that's off the chart, it's fine. Yeah, it might be, but the A1C is not going to pull any punches.
Yeah,
right?
And if you're in if you don't qualify for it, then you're probably doing some stuff right too. I mean, that's the other thing too. If you don't qualify on the A1C stuff, you might actually take a close look at what you're doing because you may be onto something. Is that fair?
Exactly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I would say that there are courses for anybody. So we've got classes that cover other criteria. So let's just say somebody is like, well, I'm already diabetic, so what now? No worries. We have a class for that. Well, what if I'm not pre-diabetic? That's okay. We have a class for that too. So even if you don't qualify for this specific program, there are still other options available.
Lindsay, we can't thank you enough for spending so much time with us. And thank you for the information about your own personal story. It's so appreciated. And like I said, we're big fans of people practicing what they preach over here. And, we're all examples of that. Enjoy the wonderful fall weather you guys are getting right now. We've gotten a couple of reports from Tennessee. It sounds like stuff is gorgeosity up there. Is that fair?
It absolutely is. It is beautiful here, and it's a great day to get out gardening. I appreciate you guys having us on so much. It always helps to help get the word out about our new programs.
Truckersfund.org. Lindsay Bryan has joined us of the St. Christopher Fund. She's the Health and Wellness Manager. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Well, the phones are open, 615-292. Somebody help me out here.
Nemo.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reese Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reese Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reese Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reese Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reese Challenge at readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's readsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
By the way, we're going to start playing a new Reads Across America spot tomorrow. Have you heard it yet?
I have not.
Oh my! Matter of fact, let's just cue it up. We're just going to play it. I sent you a copy, didn't I? Okay, I can send it to you though. You can just cue it. I'm not going to play it right now, not on the spot, but I mean we can play it during this half hour. By the way, we'll just drop it in. Wait till you hear this thing. Oh, sweet mother of pearl! Give me a second here. By the way, we're going to be talking to Marshall Platter here in just a second. But Dave, before we get to that, I want you got two things to talk about here. The first of which is your podcast with Mike Roth, and then I want you to tell people what exactly Nemo's Night Beat is going to be about. This is really cool. So start with Mike, and then go to Night Beat.
Okay, I'll start with Mike Roth. He invited me to be on his podcast tomorrow. And that's about all I know about it. He'll ask me some questions, and I'll hopefully answer them. But it's really an honor to do that because it's very cool to be invited. We invite all kinds of people. We've had hundreds of people since we started streaming.
Yeah.
Back in, when did we start that? In June?
Yeah, June the 9th.
June the 9th.
We go live June the 9th.
Yeah.
We actually start broadcasting replays June the 1st.
Mm-hmm.
But June the 9th we're in business.
Yeah.
We only took 2 days off. took the weekend off, and then we were broadcasting replays by that Monday morning, and by the 9th, we were live from the Fast Sports Studios.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It really is, isn't it?
It really is.
Now tell us about Night Beat.
Night Beat is a 1-hour program that...
Stop. What is it?
Oh, you mean what's not? Well, I call it a Frankenstein thing because what did Frankenstein do? Dr. Frankenstein took parts of one person and another and put them all together. He reanimated them. So after 12 shows, which is a dozen, I decided to call the next show, number 13, the Baker's Dozen, and that's an old tradition about, throwing in an extra donut to keep your customers happy. I love the Baker's Dozen. And what it is, it's somebody asked me, they had never heard the show, and they wanted to know, well, what kind of music do you play? And I thought, well, gee, that's a good question. And my answer was, good music. That was my answer because it comes from all over. And I thought, what I'm going to do? I'm going to take some songs from here and there through those 12 programs and kind of combine them into a program of its own to kind of give an overall feel of what Night Beat should sound like as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So that's kind of a Frankenstein show.
More of a personal thing.
Hey, by the way, Dre, I had sent it to you earlier, but I forwarded it to Andre. So we can get that set up and playing here in a second. And we'll say it again, 615-292-6366 with Marshall Platter on deck. We'll get to him in uno momento. A lot of great stuff to unpack this morning. I didn't get a chance to really explain it in a better way because I only had a moment. I wanted Andy to do most of the talking. There is a similarity here between what, by the way, this is my own personal editorial, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't reflect the views of Dave Nemo or Lindsay Lawler or Phone Master Dre. I like immigration. I'm a fan of it. But I'm also a fan of it being done right. I like adjutant judges down there. One of the best ways we can speed it up is by turning people around. And one of the best ways to turn things around is by having as many adjutant judges down there at the border to hear people's asylum claim and be like, nope, sorry, gone. Or absolutely. Oh, you mean the secret police in Venezuela are hunting you and you have evidence? You're welcome aboard, part of the American experience. But I've always said that the best way to kind of do immigration is with a very strong border and a very big door. Do you follow me?
Mm-hmm.
But that door moves slowly but deliberatively.
Mm-hmm.
That you don't get lost.
There is a process.
That there's a process and that the process moves at what I call a slow but steady pace. And I think in many ways that makes a big difference, and that there are two forms of it. One, people who are seeking a path to citizenship, and people who are seeking a path to labor that doesn't undercut American labor. In the same way, you need to set up the training of CDLs in the same way. Use the same model. Do you follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, it's a slow process, but it's deliberative. I don't care how fast certain associations need drivers. I don't care. That's not what I care about. What I care about is two things. One, are the highways safe for all the families and all the friends and all the loved ones that are out there? Because our listeners keep it safe. I care, are the people being put out there safe? And number two, I care that they are actually being paid what they deserve. And putting people through training programs too fast means unsafe highways, and it means that it's churn and burn.
Mm-hmm.
That a CDL mill is directly designed so that carriers can put people's asses in seats and blow through them and keep their costs down. The one place where you shouldn't keep your costs down is your customer service.
Mm-hmm.
Is the people that are serving your customers directly, is your forward-facing ambassadors, the men and the women that drive. You have to be both an airline pilot and a customer service representative. And I think you're onto something too. I think the model moving forward might just be airline pilots.
Mm-hmm.
Let's treat these folks like airline pilots. Well, it's hard. The people who listen to this show have never claimed that their jobs are easy.
The one profession that truck drivers have been compared to in my history on this side of the microphone has been airline pilots.
Yeah, and if we start treating them like that, it might actually change the culture of how they're perceived by the rest of the nation. We're going to get to Marshall here. Let's bring him on now. Hey, did you get the spot? Awesome. Okay. Good morning. Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
I can barely hear you. I don't know what it is, but I always practice the Zig Ziglar technique of starting with something humorous before you move into something serious. And I've been a fan, and you've been riding with me in my truck for better than 50 years, back to the AM radio days. In fact, I bought my first XM radio before they even had any satellites in the air, because you were advertised, Bill Mack and Truck and Bozo was going to be on there, and I got to have that. So I bought that. So that's how long I've been listening. And I've noticed here in the last few years that the internet has killed something in the trucking industry. Used to be guys would call into the show and talk to you about how a gal had come by and flashed them, and so on and so forth. Even you occasionally get the guy coming by, turn his dome light on to show you how well endowed he was. Jesus, some of them must have been related to horses. But I never got upset by that. A lot of guys did. I just thought, hey, it's another form of flattery. But the internet has killed that, I believe. I remember when they sold mud flaps at the truck stop that said, be a flirt, lift your skirt. And all that's gone away now, and I think it's because of the internet. They all have their OnlyFans pages, and they're doing all their exhibitions on
Wait, are you complaining because you're not getting free entertainment because people are now charging people for that stuff on the internet? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
On a more serious note, like I just stated, you've been riding with me for better than 50 years. And I've gotten a lot of value out of the show. I've met you personally. I know you. I've been to the old studios. I've been to this new studio recently. And I've gotten entertainment. I've gotten laughter. I've had fun. And I've also learned a lot of things. So I consider this great value. And I just want to say to the guys in the chat room, when I throw the $5 deals, these people are never going to ask for you to do that. But I do it because I know the struggle that you're going through and how hard it is to do this. It's not three guys sitting at the coffee table with a couple of laptops putting this show together. There's a lot more to it than that. It's not like you can run down to the Radio Shack, if they still existed, and buy $100 worth of equipment and start a show up like this and do it and make it work. And the main thing that you have given me that I feel like is the greatest value any person can get. It's more important to me than money, and that is respect. You've always respected what I did, what I had to say. You've shown me respect. I, of course, have always tried to respect you and what you're doing, and that's very important to me. So I would wish that other drivers would get out there and maybe send $5. I'm the kind of guy that goes into a restaurant, orders a cup of coffee for $1.50, and because I like the waitress and she's struggling, or she's been really nice and friendly with me and stuff, has a good smile, I'll leave a $5 tip. So I throw $5 your way every once in a while, not to show off, but to help you out a little bit if I can. Because if nothing else, at least you can say to your advertising stuff, hey, our listeners not only like the show and listen to it, they're even willing to send us a few bucks. Now, I realize it may only buy you a cup of coffee, but it's a little something I can do to show that I enjoy the show. And on that note, I'm going to go back quiet. I've spent my nickel, Jimmy. If there's any change left over, put it in the pour box when you go to Mass next time. So everybody, motor safe. Have a good time out there, and I'll catch you guys on the other side.
Thank you so much, man. What a lovely sentiment. And by the way, I will make sure that it goes into the box at St. Anthony of Padua on Canal Street in the city of New Orleans. And just to let you know, to show you how people think, the first thing that was suggested when we saw that money was Tara actually said, I think maybe we could use a little bit of that to actually increase the visibility of the show. Literally, openly said that. She said, I want to make a suggestion for that money, that there are a couple little strategies, some really clever strategies that actually increase the visibility of the show, to show you how even even those of us who are building their dream house with their husband because of their immense financial discipline are still thinking about ways to let people know about this. And the story that you guys have been telling our friends out there has been pretty darn crazy and pretty darn positive. Dre, we got a second phone call coming in. Who do we got?
Pack Rat!
Pack Rat in the house.
Good morning, J Mac, Dave.
Good morning.
What's happening?
Well, I'm going to stir up a hornet's nest. That's something I don't do very often.
Stir it up.
The footwear issue is talked about incessantly, and I just want to point out. Okay, we're talking about the open-toed barefoot sandals, and we seem to pick out a specific ethnic group that does that. But you know what? I see a lot of Caucasians wearing open-toed sandals as well, and African Americans. So it's not just one particular group.
Yeah, amen. Good for you. Kick the hornet's nest, brother. Good for you. And as Dave made a really good point too. And like I said, we're going to stand up for our friends. And by the way, our friends who are listening to this show stand up for our friends as well. Don't forget, the man who actually killed all those people in Georgia was as American, by the definition of some people, as apple pie. And I'm with you on that, brother. I am with you on that. Well said. Stir up that hornet's nest, my friend. Stir it up. Stir it up.
And with that being said, I still do cringe when I see people walking into factories and warehouses with those sandals on. Like I'm not giving anybody a free pass. I say when you go to a job site, you better wear the right footwear. If you go on a construction site with open-toed sandals on, well, you're not going to stay there very long.
No, I don't want to. It's like going, what in the hell? Why is anybody walking across a parking lot? Much less walking into a mechanic shop or any of that stuff, dude. It's like last time I checked, it's really dangerous. Things fall, man. Things fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was at a plant a few years ago in Iowa. It was a metal stamping plant, and everybody's there's got these heavy duty work boots on. They got protective wear on. This guy driving a six-wheeler comes in and he's wearing sandals. He had socks on, but he's wearing open-toed sandals, and they freaked on him. They chased him off the property.
Yeah, good for them. Good for I gotta tell you, man. I gotta tell you, I get driven a little bit crazy by this obsession with like, I need to be free. No, you don't need to be free. You need to keep your toes.
Guys, I sound like a broken record every time I open my mouth around here lately. The conversation, the phone call you just made, without ethnic sensibility, okay? Leave the ethnicity out of it.
Yes.
Flip-flops, sandals, 50 plus years of that. That's one of the first things one of the first complaints about one driver complaining about another driver was footwear.
You know what the other problem is too, right? I'm going to say this right now. This is the absolute truth. It's like nobody knows how to try on clothes in this country. People just walk into, it's like if your shoes don't feel good on your feet, either you've bought shoes that are so cheap they haven't been broken in yet, or number two, you haven't tried them on. People buy stuff too tight. I'm not kidding, man. It's like people don't buy the proper socks. I don't mean like spending a lot of money here either. I'm just like, take the time to figure out what feels good on your foot. Wear something protective, but it can be comfortable. My feet get so. If your feet are hurting inside of your shoes, either you got diabetes or your shoes are too tight.
When I got out to the car this morning, I left the house about 5 o'clock this morning. And when I got out to the car, I was putting stuff in and I realized, I must have kept my slippers on. And I looked down, no, I had my regular shoes on. And you know why they're so comfortable?
What's that?
Because they're 15 years old.
That's right.
It takes that long.
Well, and let me tell you something else really funny too. I can't tell you the number of people I know who have lost weight. When I got up to my maximum weight, I was almost at a size 13 for a shoe. When I lost those 70 pounds a long time ago, I went down. Some of the shoes were 11 and a half.
Wow.
I'm telling you, man, it's like the people are like, these shoes are uncomfortable. Yeah, you bought the wrong shoes. It's like your shoes shouldn't be uncomfortable. It's like you're wearing flip-flops.
They look so good.
They look so good. Well, actually, I don't think it's about I'm not going to get on the case of these people for looking good. I think the problem a lot of these folks have is they simply run into stores. Take your time when you're buying clothes. Make sure your clothes fit. Make sure they're physically comfortable. Make sure walk across walk in the shoes. I mean, you do that, right, Dre? I mean, we put shoes on and we walk across the store in them. Do it, and that way you won't have to like put the flip flops on.
I start running in them in the store, man.
I do too. I do too. Let me ask you a question. Do you
always run toward the back of the store, though?
Do you think that there's a certain strain of oppositional? Yeah, run to the back of the store. That's a really good point. Do you think there's a certain strain of oppositional defiant disorder to a lot of these guys?
Yeah.
I'm going to do what I want to do because I want to do it, and I want you to tell me something about it. I mean,
you see, that's the dark side of everything. Okay, before you start yelling at me,
nobody's
there's
going
a
to yell
dark
at you.
side.
People
of
agree
trucking.
to you.
There's a dark side.
People
of
agree with you.
everything. So trucking has its dark side, and that element has been there since the beginning. And somebody Marshall mentioned the word respect, and respect has come up a couple times this morning. I remember back in the mid-'70s when there was a movement almost among drivers demanding respect. Respect is the one thing that you cannot demand. It just doesn't happen.
What is it? Demanding respect with your arm raised and the BO pouring out from under your pit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I hate to sound like that, but it's like, dude, what do you want here? It's like
that was a dark time.
And it goes back to that whole strain. There's an American strain of it's not that you have to tolerate my choices, you have to accept them and praise me for them. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing is too.
Yes.
And that one, by the way, that one runs rampant in every direction. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Pack Rat, did you enjoy the football this weekend?
Yes, I watched the game in England, the Eagles and the Vikings, and I watched the Cowboys game. They looked pretty good last night, Jimmy Mack.
Well, the Cowboys are a weird thing. And the thing is, I think what's going on, it's like, I think what happens is that they've decided that this year they're going to make Lindsay's life miserable by giving her tons of hope and then pulling the rug from under her for the entire season. This could be, but Dak Prescott finally has an offensive line, and we can see what a quality quarterback does with one. It was a good weekend. And by the way, it made me happy. Jerry Bowers was all like, "Hey, we beat you guys. The Bears won." I'm like, yeah, one step closer to getting ourselves a franchise quarterback or at least a franchise offensive line. All right, Pack Rat, all the best. Hit the bricks.
Okay, Dave, Jimmy Mack, all the best.
All the best to you, my friend.
Always good hearing from Pack Rat. So let me just, not the newest one? You didn't get the newest one from me?
No. I just got the past one that we've been playing.
Is that the one you just played?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to send you the new one then.
It's all
Let me
good,
see.
bro.
I want to find it. I want people to hear this, man. This is incredible work.
How do you know he just played something?
That was earlier.
No. I just want to make sure that we're on the right track here. But Dave, so what is on the docket to play? What are some of the songs you're playing?
Ooh, yeah. Elaborate.
Oh, well, let me take a look.
You haven't got to look at your sheet. You'll know some of them.
I'll tell you what I'll tell you what I will.
I need you to talk and vamp while I look something up. You don't help. I've done that twice now.
Well, he starts off with a little roll on.
He does this all the time to me, man. I
started the show with the first song ever played on Night Beat, but Andre and I had a problem with timing. I cannot add, even with a calculator. I can't add, and so the last Night Beat we did was really a good show. It was called The Cavalcade of Cars. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I had a song from Roy Orbison.
Yes,
and a very unique rendition of that song by Roy Orbison. And we got to that point in the show, and you said, "Dave, I don't think we're going to have to. We can't do the Roy Orbison because there's no time." I said, "Oh." So I did put that in there.
Oh, and I saw that you did that, and I was very happy because I was looking forward to listening to that one last time.
But it's about driving.
Yep.
I love Roy Orbison, man.
Same.
I mean, even when I was a little boy in grammar school, I used to buy those sunglasses like Roy Orbison wore. And I used to take the plastic out of them and pretended they were real glasses because at some point or another, I think did you ever think you were cool wearing glasses?
Oh, 100%. You know what helped me as a kid?
Not sunglasses, though. Regular glasses.
Oh.
Like, would you take a pair of Roy Orbison glasses and take the lens out and wear them pretending they were real glasses?
Who do you think the first person that made wearing regular glasses cool was?
Oh.
Ooh.
Like wearing regular. I have a thought.
Man or woman?
It's got to be a man.
Got to be a man.
I was going to say Audrey Hepburn, but it depends on what you thought cool was.
No. I think it's Arthur Miller, the American playwright.
Oh,
But I think it's an accidental thing. He wore really nerdy glasses, but the fact of the matter was he was a tall drink of water, really in great shape, by the way. He married Marilyn Monroe. And people were like, oh, dude. Oh, come on. The 50s were a real egghead period.
You know, it's so weird. Now, this is going to sound like I'm making this up. When you said, who made glasses look cool, I immediately thought, gee, did Marilyn Monroe ever wear glasses?
She did.
I think
She did.
Yes,
she did.
And I thought of Marilyn Monroe. You think of Arthur Miller and bring it back to Marilyn Monroe. That's what this is all about, folks. It's the togetherness and it's the psychological link that we have here in the studio that we spread out across the internet universe in the world of trucking.
Yeah, I'm telling you, in the 1950s, with the rise of middlebrow culture and all that egghead stuff, like where you have like the New York Times, they actually published Marilyn Monroe was cooking for Thanksgiving dinner. They actually published her Thanksgiving meal for her and Arthur Miller. And it's great. I mean, she actually and she really cooked it. Yeah. And there's Arthur Miller in his 50s garb. Yeah. His man in the gray flannel suit sort of image that he projected, good-looking dude with glasses, doing his thing with his pipe, and the intellectual dudes. That's the beginning. I think that's the beginning of nerd culture too.
To show you how far back I go, I remember a little saying that says, "Men don't make passes at girls who wear glasses." And if you ever notice in some old movies from the 40s or 50s,
The Big Sleep, the famous one where she takes her glasses off.
She does is take her glasses off.
She brings her hair down, takes her glasses. He goes, well, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
She's walking into walls, but she looks good.
You ever seen the movie Big Daddy with Adam Sandler back in the day?
Maybe so.
I think it's like 94, 95. That was one of the first times, because I had sunglasses, and sunglasses were cool because of certain people and all that stuff. But that movie was cool because that was how he made the kid that he took in. He took in this kid, and it was the kid from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. They're twins. But he put sunglasses on him to make him feel invisible. And he looked like a cool little kid, but I remember just seeing that. I'm like, I put sunglasses on, and no one's going to see me, and everything's going to be okay. And I was the same age as that actor, so that was kind of like a cool little thing. But, hey, you let me know when you want to hear the spot, because we're going to check this thing out.
We're going to play this spot now. Dave's never heard this spot before. Dre has, by the way. I'm really proud of this spot. I'm proud of the work. I'm proud of the writing on it that I did. I'm proud, in particular, of the vocal work, of all the talent involved with it. And I am really, really proud of Claire Marie. This is a spectacular spot. I hope I said you the right one, Dre, or I'm going to look like an idiot right now. And it's only me who looks like an idiot. Dre is playing what he's been given. Dre, if you'd be so kind, play it away.
Alrighty.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Tell me that doesn't capture Wreaths Across America, Dave.
Yeah, that is it.
That's on the money, right?
That's on the
money.
That's
kind of spectacular.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
By the way, none of us were in the same room when we recorded that. Every single voice you hear there, Claire, Lindsay, Dave, myself, were not together when we recorded that. Mm-hmm. And lots of us recorded large portions of it, and then Claire had to kind of figure out how to do the Jenga, or the Tetris to kind of figure out how to put all that together. So even when we're speaking together, we're not speaking together.
And when he showed me that, I was like, out of all the spots that I've had or seen or heard with Reeves, I'm like, man, that one just with the tone and everything, I felt like that captured the essence of it. That was nice.
It feels like that day.
Yeah.
It feels like that day. Pretty darn good, huh, Dave? Pretty darn good. Don't forget, guys, by the way, we are less than 2 months out now from the long trip to Arlington. Dean Croak and I are going to be in Columbia Falls, Maine. After that, I am headed to Washington, D.C. We're going to spend a little bit of time with the convoy. Dave and Lindsay and some members of the gang are going to come meet us over in D.C. And then, of course, we're doing the Vet Ready Summit, followed by the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence. Big shout out to Charles Robinson and our good friend Macy, and of course the Scriv, all of whom are the nominees. Extraordinary Americans all will be making our way over there. What you got planned for the rest of the day, Nemo?
Oh, the rest of the day I'm going to record Night Beat.
Yep.
Head to the gym, take my wife to get her COVID vaccination.
And speaking of the day, I'm going to get ready for tomorrow's show. Of course, Kevin Lindsay is going to join us for Maintenance Matters. Speaking of Rees, another edition of Trucking Tributes. We're actually going to be focused on breast cancer tomorrow, October the 21st. Tom Huddleston is going to be joining us as well. He's the guy that wrote the David Lynch book. We're still talking about David Lynch, but we're talking about his impact on horror movies because it is the spooky season. And then Katie Bain is going to be arriving on the scene to give us a history of Coachella, and of course that also means that it is Tuesday, first day of Road Gang Radio, and Lindsay Lawler will, as always, close us out with country and western music news, followed by trucking with Ida. And we can make one more announcement. Starting next week, we are very excited that we'll be adding a news component all week long to the 7 to 11 segment as, our friends at Landline are going to, we haven't figured out the exact details of it, but it'll either be an every hour, on the hour segment, or it'll be a longer segment at the top of the show. We're not sure what it's going to be, but it's going to be news from Landline, brought to you by OIDA. We're very excited about that. We have the meetings tomorrow, and we're going to dig into that, further kind of cementing the bonds between ourselves and the folks who actually speak for so many owner-operators out there on the road. Should be a great day for us all tomorrow on Road Gang Radio, where we help you go about the business of making a living and the business of making a life. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Phone Master Dre, if you'd be so kind, can you hit us a little bit of music and we'll talk our way out of the situation we put ourselves in?
Thank you, Dre.
I think it's really cool. Dane Rhodes is going to be playing the role of 4-Odd. We're kind of excited about that. And we'll have a few other announcements over the next couple of weeks as we begin to slowly put the... Lindsay Lawler will be playing the character of Peaches Holyoke in this thing.
Of all people.
Of all people. She's a witness. It's a spooky story. We got a whole bunch of spooky stories coming your way. And don't forget, I've got my top 10 bad road movies coming up all week long. Go to RadioNemo.com, where you can find us on your favorite platforms. Have a really good time out there today. Please be safe and take care of yourself. Be good to each other and yourselves.